Poi začínáme ten noční segment. Prezrieme naše komunite nočas. Tie drepožruty, 80 drepožrutov, pozor z toho. Ja. Ako... Ah. Ah. Tikkana. Tikkana. Oh my god. Koliko máme? 6 kontaktov. Ja, 6 kontaktov. To sme iba jeden dungeon. Tento flash vyzerá byť zaujímavý. Ah. Fuck me. To čo zabilo toho pičusa? A páni, vy nemáte damage. Vy to zabalte. Finishne to. Prečo nehľadal ľudí ten pičus? Bože, to neandertálec. Bože, bože. Ale skupina je odsudená na sáčku. Oni to nedávajú ani s tým jeden stekom. Už sú odsudení na sáčku. To nepomôže tej slave. Oni by potom minimálne štvorko im mali šancu. Stihol som to do času. Doba času slučka. Doba času slučka. Ako dnešný relaxačný tréningový deň, vďaka tým klikožom, vďaka tým drapožrotom. Úplne odstavil. Dať za 9000 zoberiem ho. Za 9000 ho kliknem sa na to. Aspoň, že sa predbiehajú, alebo o kúsky ako kokoti. A nepredbiehajú sa moc. Ja neviem, prečo tí kokoti z dielom moc sa to snažia rýchlo predať, alebo sú sprostí. Necháme ich byť sprostými. To je OK. To je OK.
So 30 push-ups a day to some people might sound almost too small to make any real difference, but there's a reason this one humble movement has quietly become one of the most studied predictors of how long and how well a person is going to live. It costs you nothing. It takes about 2 minutes a day, and it can be done in the corner of your bedroom without a single piece of equipment. And yet, the changes it sets off inside your body reach all the way down to your blood vessels, your metabolism, your cells. So in this video, I'm going to walk you through the 7 specific things that happen when you do this every single day. And I mean every single day. And every single one of them works by affecting your physiology at the very lowest level, the level where disease is either prevented or allowed to take hold. And if you stay with me until the end of this video, I'll also explain exactly how to approach this movement if you can't yet do a full push-up, because there are several ways to modify it and still get the vast majority of the benefits. So wherever you're starting from, whether you're 20 or 50 or even 80, this video really does apply to you. Now, before we get into the specifics here, it's worth pausing on why this sort of thing even matters, because the answer really is about how far we've drifted from the life our bodies were built for. So think about how our ancestors lived a few hundred years ago, or think about your great-grandparents, how they would have lived. They would have been lifting and carrying and hauling things and pushing and dragging heavy things for most of their waking hours. Their muscles were literally under constant load throughout the day, simply as a condition of staying alive. But the modern world has quietly erased almost all of that. We do not need to lift anything to survive anymore. We sit down to work like I am now. We sit to travel. We sit to relax. And a body can now go through an entire day barely challenging a single muscle. But our physiology hasn't changed to match that. It still expects that daily load. And when it doesn't get it, things begin to break down. So 30 push-ups a day is, in a very real way, giving your body back a small piece of that demand it was designed to thrive under. So the first one is that you start building the muscle that actually keeps you independent later on in life. So every time you lower yourself and then push back up, you are loading your chest, your pecs, your shoulders, your triceps, and your core as well, all at the same time. Each repetition creates a small amount of mechanical stress inside those muscle fibers, and that stress is actually the trigger for everything else that follows. When you load a muscle like that, it switches on a pathway inside the cell called mTOR, M-T-O-R. And the simplest way to think about mTOR is as a master switch for building muscle. Once it's flipped on, it tells that cell to start a process called muscle protein synthesis, which is just the body laying down new protein to repair and rebuild those fibers a little bit stronger and a little bit bigger than they were before. If you do that day after day, then 2 things happen together. The muscle itself grows and your nervous system gets better at switching it on, which is why the strength tends to climb even faster than the actual size of the muscle does. And this matters far more than just being able to lift things, because from our 30s onwards, we all start losing muscle every single decade in a process called sarcopenia that speeds up the older that we get. But the people who end up frail in old age, who struggle to rise from a chair, who have a fall and then never quite recover, are so often the people who let that muscle quietly slip away over the years without ever noticing it. So 30 push-ups a day becomes a small daily deposit against that decline. You're protecting the very strength that will let you stay independent and keep living at home and capable into your 70s and 80s. And that independence, when you really think about it, is one of the truest measures of a long and good life. The second one is that your heart gets a really good workout out of this, which is something that most people never really expect from a push-up. People think it's got to be cardio, but no, push-ups are great as well. So when you push your whole body weight up off the floor, those large muscles in your upper body, so again, your pecs, your delts, your triceps, your core, all of these have to contract really hard. And the moment they do, they demand a sudden surge of blood and oxygen to keep going. Your heart feels all of that and answers it by beating faster and pumping more forcefully. So if you string 30 of these movements together, then you've given your heart a genuine, if brief, piece of work to do. And over the weeks and months, it adapts to that by becoming more efficient, moving more blood with every single beat. This is exactly why a large study following firefighters, specifically published in a major medical journal a few years ago, discovered something quite striking. The men who could manage more than 40 push-ups in one go went on to have dramatically lower rates of heart attacks, strokes, and other cardiovascular problems over the following decade than the other men who could only manage sort of fewer than 10 push-ups. And I'll put a link in the description below. Their push-up capacity actually predicted their future heart health better than a treadmill tested. So when you train towards 30 a day, you're quietly training this one organ that has to keep going for every second of the rest of your life. The third one is all about your bones. Now, your bones actually get a signal to stay strong, and it's one of these ones that you can't really actually feel happening when you do it. So bone, as a lot of people think, isn't this sort of dead, static scaffolding that most of us picture. It is living tissue. It's constantly being broken down and then rebuilt. And your body decides how much to invest in it based on the demands you place on it. So when you do a push-up and your muscles pull on the bones of your arms and your shoulders and your chest, all of that force sends a clear message to the cells that build bone. It tells them this skeleton is being used, so you need to keep it really dense and keep it really strong as well. But if you take that signal away and you're just sedentary, you don't really move much, then that bone slowly thins down instead, particularly after middle age, and particularly also in women after the menopause. And that is the road that quietly leads to something called osteoporosis, where a fall that should have been nothing instead shatters a hip or one of your wrists. So a daily dose of loaded movement like this is one of the very few things that actively tells your bones to hold their ground. And strong bones later on in life are so often this line between a stumble that you simply brush off and a fracture that changes everything that follows. The fourth one is that your blood sugar becomes much easier to control, and this one reaches right into your metabolism here. So your muscle, as you know, if you've watched at least 2 of these videos, is the single largest place in your body for storing and also burning glucose, which is the sugar floating around in your blood. Now, normally, to get that sugar out of your blood and into your cells, which is what we want, because remember, glucose that's too high for too long in your blood can cause nasty things that leads to heart attacks and strokes. Your body needs insulin. Now, the way that works is that insulin acts like a key, and when it arrives, it brings little doors called GLUT4 transporters up to the surface of the cell, and those doors are what let the glucose in. The clever part, though, is what happens when you contract a muscle. Now, muscle contraction brings those exact same GLUT4 doors to the surface all on its own, completely independently of insulin. So every time you work through a push-up, your muscles are pulling sugar straight out of your bloodstream without needing any insulin at all to open up the door for them. And quite simply, the more muscle that you carry, the more regularly you put it to work, the more efficiently your entire body handles sugar across the entire day. And that turns out to be enormously important because chronically high blood sugar and the insulin resistance that travels with it sit right underneath type 2 diabetes. And over the decades, they quietly chip away at your blood vessels, your kidneys, your eyes as well, and your nerves in your hands and feet. So by building muscle and actually using it often, you're effectively giving your body a bigger and far more responsive system for keeping blood sugar where it should be. 30 push-ups a day obviously will not ever replace eating well, but as a daily habit, they nudge your metabolism in a direction that protects you against one of the most common and life-shortening conditions that we face. The fifth one is that your posture and your core start to transform. So a proper push-up isn't just an arm movement like a lot of people think. to hold your body in that straight, rigid line all the way from the top of your head down to your heels. Your deep core muscles, your glutes, and the long muscles running either side of your spine all have to switch on and stay switched on for the entire repetition. Basically, every push-up that you do also doubles up as a moving plank. So keep training those day after day, and those stabilizing muscles grow stronger. And as they do, they start to draw your shoulders back and support your lower back as well, and gradually lift you out of the hunched, collapsed posture that so many of us sink into, after years sitting at a desk. And this goes well beyond just looking better. A strong, stable core shields your lower back from exactly the kind of injury that can put somebody out of action for weeks at a time. And it keeps you balanced and steady on your feet as you age, which again, circles right back around to preventing the falls that do so much damage later on in life. Now, the sixth one is all about your brain this time. So when you exercise, even if it's just for a minute or two, the muscles that you're working release chemical messengers out into the bloodstream. And your brain picks up on those and responds by releasing some of its own. So you get a rise in endorphins and other mood-lifting compounds. And alongside them, you also get a substance called BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor. Now, you can think of this almost like as a kind of fertilizer for your brain cells. BDNF helps your neurons stay healthy, encourages them to form new connections, and it helps them to resist the slow decline that creeps in as you get older. So a daily set of push-ups isn't only reshaping your body, it's quietly feeding your brain at the same time. People who keep exercising regularly throughout their lives go on to have measurably lower rates of dementia, but also depression as well, and also a noticeably sharper mind well into old age. And on a much shorter time scale, a small burst of effort first thing in the morning tends to leave you more alert, steadier in your mood as well, and better able to ride out stress for the hours afterwards. Often when I come into the studio at 4:30 in the morning, 4 in the morning, something like that, the first thing I do before I sit down at this desk is do 30 squats. It's just something that helps to wake me up, and honestly, I can feel a real difference in how alert I am and how much I can concentrate. The cost really is just a couple of minutes, but the return lands squarely in the organ that you most want to protect as you get older, which is your brain. And then finally, the seventh one is that you build the single habit that pulls everything else along with it. And this one has less to do with physiology than with who you slowly become over time. There's something quietly powerful about an exercise that asks for no gym, no equipment, no travel, and barely 2 minutes of your day. It strips away just about every excuse you could reach for, which means you can actually do it every single day. And that daily consistency is where the real magic behind all of the changes I've described actually lives. None of these adaptations come from one heroic session that leaves you wrecked, 2 hours in the gym before work. They come from showing up in a small, repeatable way again and again until your body simply has no choice but to change and improve over time. And there's actually a really clever way to get even more out of this, which is to split your 30 push-ups into 2 smaller sets, say 15 in the morning and then 15 later in the day. The reason that helps comes back to that mTOR switch that I mentioned earlier. So when you stimulate the muscle, that build signal stays switched on for somewhere around a day or two, and a moderate set of push-ups is just enough to flip it on without breaking the muscle down so heavily that you'd need days of recovery like a hard gym session does. So by giving the muscle a second nudge later on in the day, you essentially top that signal up and keep that building window open more over time. And once you've proved to yourself that you can hold down one daily habit, it has a way of spreading into everything else. People who start with their 30 push-ups so often find themselves walking a bit more, sleeping a little bit better, eating with a bit more care, almost without ever consciously deciding to. Basically, the push-ups become the first thread that you pull, and a whole healthier life slowly unravels from it in the best possible way. Now, if you're not able to do a full push-up just yet, then that is completely fine. And the good news is that you can still get a large majority of everything that I've talked about in this video just by simply modifying the movement a bit. The easiest place to start for most people is to get up into the press-up position, but instead of resting on your toes, just rest on your knees instead. And what that does is it keeps the same exact pushing pattern, but it takes a good chunk of your body weight out of the equation, so it's a bit easier on your shoulders and your chest and your arms. If that still feels like too much, then walk over to your kitchen counter, place your hands on the edge with your body sort of at like 45 degrees, and do these push-ups leaning at an angle and then pushing up and down off the counter. Now, if that is still a bit of a stretch in the early days, then just stand almost upright and lean into a wall, pushing yourself away from it and then lowering back in. Every single one of these absolutely counts as a genuine push-up, depending on where you are. If you're not strong enough to do a proper push-up on your knees or even on the counter, then that is your body telling you that it's going to get some real benefit from just doing it against the wall. Don't worry about where you're starting from. The same muscles fire in the same pattern. Your heart will still respond, your bones will still get loaded up, and your brain will still get its lift as well. The only thing that's really changing is how much weight you're asking yourself to move. And then, as you get stronger over the weeks and months, you will gradually lower the angle, working from the wall to the counter, and then from the counter onto your knees, and then from your knees down to the floor, with your body adapting to meet each new level as you reach it. So, honestly, there is a starting point here for everybody, no matter how old you are or where you're starting from. So 30 push-ups a day turns out to be far from trivial, whatever form you can manage it in right now. You're holding on to the muscle that age tries to take from you. You're giving your heart real work to do. You're telling your bones to stay strong. You're helping your body to deal with sugar. You're pulling yourself up out of that hunched desk posture, and you're feeding your brain at the very same time. But maybe most importantly of all, you're proving to yourself that you can show up for one small thing every single day, which is the habit that ends up dragging everything else in your life upwards with it. On their own, each of these things is tied to living longer and living better. And remember, read the research papers below if you want to learn more. And if you put them together and repeat them for years, say 10, 20 or 30 years, then they add up to something far bigger than just 2 minutes a day. So start where you are right now. That can be against the wall or on the counter or on your knees or flat on the floor if you're strong enough. It genuinely doesn't matter which one. What matters is that you start today and that you come back and do it again tomorrow. Just remember that the strong and sharp and independent version of you in 10 or 20 years' time isn't built in one occasional gym session. It's built on the stuff that you do every single day. People with weak legs, on average, die younger than people with strong legs. This is what the research consistently tells us, and I see this all the time when I work in the A&E. Now, if I have two 80-year-old patients and one of them can walk across the waiting room to the cubicle and then mobilize without any help, but the other needs support or is in a wheelchair, then statistically speaking, the first person will live significantly longer, on average, and that's important, on average. The second person has a significantly higher risk of dying over the following decade. Now, this video is specifically talking about the muscle wrapped around your femur, the strength that lets you stand from a chair without using your arms, the tissue that most people are quietly and gradually losing every single year without any awareness that it's happening. I'm Dr. Alex. I'm an emergency medicine doctor in the UK with nearly a decade working in busy NHS emergency departments around the country. And after years of treating preventable end-stage disease, I began this journey to help educate as many people as possible about how to prevent those diseases that I see every single day. And if you learned something new today, then please consider subscribing to the channel. It really would mean so much if you could do that. Now, before I get into the science, actually, if you're watching this right now, then I want you to do something. Just stand up wherever you are. Just stand up and do a squat. Try and go all the way down if you can, as low as feels comfortable, and then just come back up. Because if you just did that squat, then you would have felt something.
Kidding me?
You would have felt your quads firing at the front of your thighs, your upper leg bone. You would have felt your hamstrings at the back of your upper leg. You would have felt your glutes and your bottom, your calves and your lower legs, your lower back, your core bracing to stabilize you. Now that's an enormous amount of muscle groups working simultaneously.
Ale je pravda, že
No equipment, no gym, nothing, just you.
Ale je pravda, že drepožrutý bez 20 kg vesty je oveľa ľahšie. Oveľa. To je pravda. Bez 20 kg som urobil teraz 10 drepožrutov a pohoda. Bez 20 kg vesty sú drepožruty oveľa ľahšie.
And if you did that every single day, consistently for years, the benefits of that would compound in a way that most people honestly wouldn't really appreciate, but it would be enormously beneficial for your health. Not just in terms of how physically strong you become, but in terms of your metabolism, your brain, your balance, your independence. The things that I'm going to get into in this video. This squat, this movement that you just did, is so absurdly underrated as a health intervention. And by the end of this, over the next 10 to 20 minutes or so, I'm hoping you'll understand why. So the first thing to understand is that this isn't really a story about exercise. It's a story about what happens when you don't exercise, specifically when you don't maintain your muscle, and how that plays out over decades and decades in ways that most people don't really connect to each other. Muscle mass peaks somewhere around your mid-20s, maybe early 30s maximum. And after that, if you're not doing anything to actively maintain it, then you lose roughly 1 to 2% per year. Now, that sounds like nothing, doesn't it? Just 1 to 2%, that won't make a difference. But if you run those numbers forward over 20 years, then you've lost somewhere close to a third of your muscle mass. Run it nearly 30 years, and it's genuinely serious territory. The difference between moving confidently through the world and needing help to get up from a low chair. And the rate isn't linear either. It accelerates after the age of 40. The clinical term for this is sarcopenia, age-related muscle loss, and it's one of the most underappreciated conditions in modern medicine, given how many people it actually affects and how serious the downstream consequences are. Now, there was this landmark paper in the Journal of Cachexia, Sarcopenia and Muscle, which estimated that sarcopenia affects up to around 30% of community-dwelling older adults globally. And the real-world consequences of that aren't abstract. They are falls and fractures and hospitalizations, loss of independence, and yes, premature death. And I've seen what the end point of this process looks like, and it stays with you. An elderly person comes to the emergency department with a fall, and anybody that works in the A&E will know that this is a daily occurrence. We get multiple elderly falls every single day. And the fall itself isn't really the problem necessarily. The problem is the years of accumulated muscle loss that have made the fall inevitable, combined with low bone density, degraded balance, and a neuromuscular system that can no longer generate a fast enough response to correct the body when it tips over. One moment of instability becomes a fractured neck of femur, what we call a hip fracture. And a fractured neck of femur in an older adult carries a 1-year mortality of 30%. 30%. That statistic isn't really that well known. People are not making decisions about whether to exercise in their 40s and 50s with that information in mind. And I think that's part of the problem here. Here's the part that I think most people miss when they think about muscle, and it changes how you understand why movement is so important. So muscle isn't just tissue, it's a communication system between your body and your brain. Every time a muscle contracts, it's the result of a signal that travels from the brain down through the spinal cord, out through motor neurons, and into individual muscle fibers. And simultaneously, sensory neurons are sending information back about joint position and tension and load and movements, what we call afferent signals coming up and efferent signals going down. Two-way, constant, real-time communication. And the brain doesn't just control muscle, it depends on muscle to stay calibrated. So the cerebellum, which is just here at the back of your skull, which is basically the part of your brain that handles coordination and balance, it's constantly receiving signals from your legs and feet, telling it where you are in space, whether you're about to fall, and how to adjust. And when people stop moving regularly, those signals just sort of degrade. The neural pathways that support all of that become less efficient because the nervous system operates on this brutally simple principle. Use it or lose it. Now, connections that aren't being used regularly just get pruned back because the brain is always trying to conserve energy and resources. So the less you move, the worse your brain gets at coordinating movements. And that matters enormously as you get older, particularly over the age of, say, 50 or 60, for reasons that I'll come back to later. This is also why when you start exercising again after a long break, the first changes that you notice aren't really physical ones. In the first week or two after doing some squats, your actual muscle fibers haven't really changed at all. What's changed is your nervous system's ability to recruit those fibers. Better timing, better coordination. Your brain's getting better at firing the right muscle at the right movement. The actual physical growth of the muscle tissue, the stuff that makes your legs look and feel different, that comes a bit later, usually from around week 3 to 6. So if you start doing this and you look in the mirror after 2 weeks and think nothing's really happening, then just think something absolutely is happening. Just trust me. It's just happening in your nervous system under the surface where you can't really see it yet. And for older people especially, that neurological side of things is honestly just as important as the actual muscle itself, because better balance and faster reactions are precisely what stop you having the kind of falls that I mentioned earlier. So the big question that probably a lot of you have right now is, why squatting specifically rather than anything else? And the honest answer is that the squat is just the most complete movement that a human being can do with absolutely no equipment and no setup whatsoever. We're talking your quads and your glutes, which are one of the biggest and most metabolically important muscles in the entire body. Hamstrings, calves, your hip flexors, and a whole network of core muscles all working together at the same time. If you had a go at that squat right at the beginning of the video, then you would have felt that. You would have felt all of those muscles working. There's not many exercises that give you that much bang for your buck with zero equipment. But beyond just the number of muscles involved, there's a metabolic argument for squats that I don't think gets talked about nearly enough. Now, muscle, particularly the big muscle groups in your legs, muscle is the main place that your body sends glucose to after you eat something. When you have a meal with carbohydrates in it, that glucose needs somewhere to go. And skeletal muscle, the muscle that you can see, is where the vast majority of it ends up, but only if you have enough muscle and it's working efficiently. If you lose significant muscle mass over the years, then that whole system starts to break down. Your body becomes less efficient at dealing with blood sugar. Insulin stops working as well as it should. And then quietly over years, the conditions for type 2 diabetes start to develop. And research has consistently shown that the strength and mass of your leg muscles specifically are one of the strongest predictors of how long you're going to live. Joints that don't get moved or loaded regularly become stiff and less well nourished over time, which is actually part of why people who barely move often have more joint pain, not less, despite doing this. The body is genuinely designed to be used. So let's talk about the technique of squatting here. But let me just say first, actually, if you start squatting today, then tomorrow, and particularly the next day, your legs will be really sore. You might struggle to walk up the stairs without holding onto the banister. Just be prepared for that. That is what we call delayed onset muscle soreness, or DOMS. And this is actually a good type of pain. It won't be this painful every time you do it. Once you get used to it, it will just be this satisfying sort of pain. But just be prepared for that for the first few times that you do it. Now, the reason squats have this reputation for causing knee pain specifically is almost always down to poor technique rather than anything wrong with the movement itself. Now, done properly, squatting is actually protective for your knees, but done badly over time, then it can actually damage them a bit. So let's just go through what a good technique actually looks like. And for this video, this lens, I should have picked a different lens for this video, because if I stand up and start squatting, you won't be able to see all of me. So you can simply type into YouTube correct squat technique, and there'll be loads of videos that will show you how to do this. So you want to have your feet slightly wider than shoulder width, somewhere here. And you want to have your toes turned out somewhere between, say, 30 or 45 degrees, not pointing straight forward, but turned out slightly. Now, this varies a bit depending on your hip anatomy, so just find what feels natural and most comfortable for you. The really important thing is that your knees track in the same direction as your toes throughout the whole movement. So if your toes are pointed out, then your knees should be going out that way too. And really, you want to be able to see just the tip of your toes over your knees. Any inward collapse of your knees, where they cave in towards each other, this shifts the load onto parts of the joint that aren't really designed to take it. And that's where the problems develop over time. Weight distribution also matters a lot more than people realize when you're squatting. So roughly 2/3 to 3/4 of your weight should be going through your heels at the back and not your toes. And just try and shift your weight back so you can really feel it in your heels. And what this does is that it protects the front of your knee and makes sure that your glutes and your hamstrings at the back are actually doing their job, rather than the whole movement just loading up through the front of the knee. A simple way to check this is to think about being able to slightly lift your toes inside your shoes at the bottom of the squat. If you can do that, then your weight is in the right place. Now, your back should also be in a neutral position. Not perfectly upright, because a slight forward lean is actually completely normal and necessary as you go down. What you want to avoid is your lower back rounding over. Keep your chest lifted and then go to whatever depth feels free and comfortable for you. If that's only a partial squat, maybe down to a chair, then that's absolutely fine, and that is where you start from. This isn't a lesser version of the exercise. For a lot of people starting out, then this is exactly the right version. You need to do what feels comfortable for you. So let's talk about what to expect and when. So the most common reason people start exercising and then quit within a couple of weeks is that they don't understand how the biology actually works. So when they don't see the results straight away, they assume it's not working or they're doing it wrong. And that's a real shame, because they're usually stopping right at the point when their body is starting to gear up. In the first 10 days or so, the changes are almost entirely happening in your nervous system, as I mentioned earlier. Your brain is getting better at using the muscles that you already have. Like I said, better timing, better conditioning. A lot of people notice the movement starts to feel smoother and more natural within the first week, even though nothing has really changed structurally yet. This is real progress, even if you can't see it. Now, from around week 2 to 3, the body starts ramping up all of the internal machinery needed to actually build muscle. More protein synthesis, more cellular activity. The groundwork is being laid. Between weeks 3 to 6, you start getting actual measurable muscle growth. Muscle fibers get physically thicker. Strength improves in ways that you actually feel day to day, like stairs feeling easier, getting up from a low sofa takes less effort, carrying shopping feels more controlled. From week 6 to 12, then the gains start to really compound. More lean muscle mass, better balance, better coordination, and those are so important as you get older. The risk of falls that was quietly building starts to reverse. Now, this timeline can be slower if you're a bit older, but, and this is the important part, the direction is always positive with consistent effort. And the important word there is consistent. If you've never squatted before, or you're returning to exercise after many years off, then here's exactly where I suggest starting. And this comes straight from the evidence on exercise for older people. So take a chair, put it behind you, and simply practice standing up from it 10 times without using your arms to push yourself up. If you do need a bit of help from your hands at first, then that's absolutely fine. Just gradually try to reduce that help over time until you're doing it on your own. That's a squat. That's genuinely all it is to begin with, and that's great if you can do that. Now, in terms of how much to do, then obviously people are going to be at very different starting points, and that's fine. But as a minimum, I'd say aim for 10 a day, at whatever time feels comfortable for you. And then over time, try and push that. Your goal is by the end of your set, that group of squats, that you feel like you've actually worked, like you've done something, like your muscles are a bit achy. Now, for some people, that will mean increasing from 10 to 20 or 30. For others, it might mean keeping the set at 10, but doing it 2 to 3 times across the whole day. And every couple of weeks, try to increase something, try to push something within that, whether that's the number of reps, so it could be 20, 30 or 40, or the number of sets.
Znaš si máš hovno na zadku. Zase ti vysí
throughout
zo
the
zadku
day,
hovno.
or
Vysí
even
ti
how
hovno
low
zo
you
zadku.
can go each time. This video is just an introduction. It's not a detailed training
Rob s tým
program, so
niečo.
don't overthink this at this point. Just start where you are, increase something gradually over time, and keep showing up. That's genuinely all it takes. So here's the big picture for me. So
Rob s tým hovnom
there's a
niečo.
version of aging that I watch play out
Máš to
over and
hovno
over
pasiku.
again in the emergency department. Someone arrives in their 70s or 80s, not with one problem, but with 8 or 10 problems. Multiple medications, all managing the downstream consequences of decades of not moving.
Hovno ti točí zo
Metabolic
zadku.
disease,
Hovno.
chronic inflammation, a kind of physical
Zbav
frailty
sa ho.
so pronounced that something as routine as a
Zbav
chest
sa toho
infection
hovna.
becomes a
Na zadku ho
genuine
máš.
medical crisis.
Na zadku.
A body that has just lost the reserves to deal with any kind.
Máš hovno na zadku. No, sa ho snaží zbaviť. Bavil si sa ho? To hovna. Zbavil si sa ho? Zbav sa ho, to hovna. Chlopina. Zbav sa ho, to podradného hovna. Tu mi čo chýba? Tu mi chýbajú 2, tam mi chýba 1. Úplne sa to zastavilo. Ako 70-ka je povolené dať všetko na 70-ku. Že extrémny problém. Tento má jednu vec, Dudini má 2 veci a už som pekne dlho na tom istom. Takže ako som povedal, 75 je ten dobrý sweet spot. pretože vidíme to, aj teraz som dostal len obyčajnú paseku. Ako dať 70, už to je problém. Dať 75, to bude masochizmus, to bude chore. To bude chore. Doslova chore. Chceš povedačku, nemáš. Si hľadaš. Kvôli tomu robíš takéto odvary. Pretože si hľadaš a tvrdo si vyžaduje svoju várku. Už nemáš to hovno, už si zval hovno na zadku, no ešte stále ti visí. Stále ti visí. To hovno na zadku ti visí. Tu máme Adentusa o 10. O 11. trposličí meč. To je všetko. O 1 nerobíme nič. Daj som ti povedané. Nemám pre ňo. Neboj sa, nemám pre ňo. Okay. To máme po 10. Takže Dudini potrebuje dať oh, fuck me.
Kind of stress and bounce back from it. And running through almost all of those cases, in one form or another, is muscle loss that started in middle age and was never addressed. Partly because nobody really clearly explained that it mattered, but also partly because the cultural story that we tell about aging does something really damaging. It tells people to expect decline. It tells people to expect to slow down, to take it easy, as if getting weaker is just inevitable. But that's so untrue. The evidence does not support that. A major analysis published in Aging Research Reviews found that much higher muscle mass in midlife was associated with significantly lower risk of early death, heart disease, and disability in later life. This is not fixed. This is not inevitable. The trajectory is changeable, and the intervention doesn't require a gym or money or equipment or even a huge time commitment. It just requires understanding that your legs are not a minor part of your health. They are the foundation of your independence, your metabolism, your brain function, and how long you're going to live well. And like any foundation, they need maintaining long before you start to see the consequences of not maintaining them. So start with squats. Do them today, do them tomorrow, do them on the days that you really don't feel like it, because the biology responds to the stimulus regardless of how motivated you feel. Consistency is everything here. Start with whatever number that you can do today without pain and build from there. Just remember that your future self, the one who wants to still be climbing stairs, carrying their own shopping, being able to walk to their neighbour's house or play with the grandkids, or getting up off the floor without help at 75, that person is being built right now by what you choose to do today.
Dokázal by som dať sem namiesto dexterity a života wisdom? Wisdom a život. Dobre, ne? Nope. A fine. Fine. No biggie. Fine. Koľko stojí klasické všetky, koľko stojí tie klasické T-venty? 2900, Fangs of Fury 1900, Loctite 1000, Honda 7000, Omnisonoid 2000. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. To znamená, mali by sme ísť na polár na ženy, Dudíň by to mali ísť, ale nechce sa mi. It's fine. Čo máme naďalej na pláne? 8 sú želci. Poďme hlíznúť. Čo Gašparka? Čo vlase? Vlase, čo je chlapina? Trošku vylizujeme tabakový náraz? Čo krvkáme? Čo krvkáme? Krokoš. Stajda je štvrtok je druhý. Piatok, sobota, takže v nedelu a pondelok. A that's good, that's good. That's good. Nedelu a pondelok. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Po víkendovom kole Nike ligy sa vyskytla jedna veľmi zaujímavá otázka. Položil ju, alebo tak otvorene ju povedal môj dobrý kamarát Mirko Antol, keď sme boli spolu v Komárne na štadióne, že je Ramadán viac než Silvestr, alebo Silvester. Je tento sviatok po víkende vzácnejší v Dunajskej Strede viac ako v Komárne? Mirko, hneď na úvod sa ťa to opýtam. Áno alebo nie?
Pekný deň všetkým a vítame aj nášho otca myšlienky, filantropa a perfektného človeka Pinďa. Pinďo, vítaj!
Ahojte, Pešiaci. Netradičný úvod.
Všetkým fanúšikom futbalu prajeme samozrejme príjemné sledovanie. Takto netradične, nekonvenčne sme začali dnes 29. diel, pretože Amar Ramadan úradoval v súboji Komárna s Dunajskou Stredou, strelil 2 góly, na konte mal 4 presné zásahy, najlepším strelcom našej najvyššej súťaže. Na druhej strane bol fantastický Braňo Pindroch. O tomto samozrejme aj o tom, ako Dac vyletel z poharovej Európy a čo nás čaká a čo samozrejme nás aj minulo z minulého týždňa si povieme viac. Mirko Mantolom, Mirko, musím ťa predstaviť ďalej.
Ďakujem pekne za krásne uvítanie. Neskáž mi do toho, keď sa ďakuje. Ešte raz ďakujem pekne za krásne uvítanie a všetkým poslucháčom. Príjemné počúvanie.
Zmena počasia, zmena manierov nevadí.
Koleno ma bolí inak trošku.
Tak lebo, a vieš prečo?
Veku.
Poďme hneď na úvod povedať niečo našim divákom, čo koho koplo do členka a čo koho nahnevalo, zaujalo počas predchádzajúceho týždňa. Pinďo, máš slovo.
Môj členok asi, čo ma najviac chytilo, je, že Cristiano Ronaldo vyhlásil, že toto je jeho posledná sezóna. Je to naozaj tak?
To je akože otázka na nás, či je to otázka do plénu?
No,
Otázka našich fanúšikov, napíšte nám na sociálnu sieť, napíšte nám, či si myslíte, že je toto reálne posledná sezóna Cristiana Ronalda. Ja si osobne myslím, že on keď to hrá, tak mu to nepustí a že bude ešte chcieť hrať, lebo sa bude cítiť dobre.
Mne sa páči tá Pinďová dôvera do našich radov, že si myslí, že my dvaja vieme, že čo Cristiano Ronaldo urobí po tejto sezóne. Takže ja ti úprimne musím povedať, že netuším, ale pri jeho životospráve a pri jeho nadšení z futbalu je to možno len nejaká taká udička, že užívajte si ma teraz v tejto sezóne a potom si ma budete užívať aj v tej ďalšej, ja znovu to poviem a možno je to len nejaký marketingový ťah alebo niečo podobné, lebo neverím, že tento človek to nemá všetko dobre premyslené. Ale možno je to tak naozaj, takže uvidíme.
Mne by to dávalo význam, pretože návštevnosť na zápasoch Saúdsko-arabskej ligy nie je taká, ako by si želali, vidíme, jak zápasoval nás. Dobre, k tomu sa nebudeme teraz venovať. Poďme sa povedať na tvojmu členku.
No, mňa z toho negatívneho pohľadu zaujal vlastne Jamal Musiala, ktorý v priebehu 3 dní 2-krát skolaboval na ihrisku v drese Bayernu Mníchov. A to sú naozaj také veci, že v tomto veku chalan proste takéto problémy, že má. Dokonca som dneska čítal, že to môže ísť o nejakú neurologickú dysfunkciu alebo niečo podobné, čo on sám povedal. Že teda ľudia, nebojte sa, som v poriadku a tak ďalej, ale je tam nejaký takýto problém. Takže ja naozaj len takto na diaľku samozrejme mu prajem, aby sa čo najskôr dal dokopy, aby robil radosť fanúšikom, lebo je to fantastický futbalista. A je to naozaj také varovanie a obrovský výkričník pre možno aj iných hráčov, že jednoducho netreba to preháňať, on mal vážne zranenie vlastne minulý rok a netreba to podceňovať, treba možno, že naozaj byť 100% pripravený, než sa človek vráti do toho súťažného diania a do tých obrovských horúčav, ktoré teraz boli, ale aj do toho nasadenia, ktoré si vyžadujú zápasy Bayernu, lebo vlastne v sobotu nejakým spôsobom odpadol a v útorok znovu a hoci teda odišiel po vlastných, tak je to asi obrovský výkričník, takže toto ma zaujalo.
Ja vám doplním teda, že sa vyjadril, že má diagnostikované dočasné a krátkodobé absenčné záchvaty zapričinené neurologickou dysfunkciou, pričom zdôraznil, že je najlepšia lekárskej starostlivosti a cíti sa dobre. Ja musím skloniť klobúk pred Ismailom Sajbarim, ktorý reálne už predtým toto zažil. Vedel, akým spôsobom sa má zachovať, že nemá nejakým spôsobom dovoliť, aby hráč nekontrolovane padol, takže on našprintoval doslovne za Musialom, pekne ho chytil a položil ho na bok tak, aby to zvládol. Takže klobúk dolu aj pred Sajbarim a klobúk dolu aj pred Musialom, ktorý sa tomu takto postavil a povedal okamžite, čo je vo veci a ako teda má chorobu alebo aký je problém. No a ja idem za mojimi chlapcami z Manchester United. Cez víkend odohrali zápas proti AC Milano v Poľsku. Ruben Amorim vyškolil svoj bývalý tím z hernej efektivity, z pressingu a možno aj na záver trošku tá náročná príprava Manchester United sa podpísala pod prehru 2-4, ale nič to nemení, 2-4, dobre hovorím? Asi áno, 2-4. Nič to nemení na tom, že bolo to pekné prípravné obdobie, vrátil sa Marcus Rashford, čo ja mám obrovskú radosť, priviedli sme Yuriho Tillemansa, Andrea Santosa, rieši sa ešte možno nejaký stredopoliar alebo ľavý obranca, necháme sa prekvapiť, ako to celé dopadne a Sam Lamens bude mať jednotku, tak som veľmi zvedavý, ako tento tlak Manchester United zvládne a teším sa na zápasy proti Mirkovým tragédom z Liverpoolu. No, to bolo všetko.
To som ani nemal nachystané.
To si to. Poďme sa ale venovať tomu, že už teda vieme, že v pohárovej Európe budeme mať len jedného zástupcu. Dneska streda mala len pro forma zápas proti Twente NSKD doma. 0-2, 3-2, 3-3. No, povedzme, že dobre, ale druhý polčas zverenci Johna van den Broma doslova odflakli, už ani nebehali, neboli aktívni ani pri práci s loptou, práci medzi priestore. A tak dovolili tej hrstke fanúšikov, doslova hrstke fanúšikov, ktorá prišla, ak sa neviem, 3300, 3500.
Pod 3,5 tuším, no.
Málo. Vieme sa, že málo.
Stredu určite,
aj na takéhoto súpera.
Na pohárový zápas, akože slovenský klub hrá v pohárovej Európe a to je tretina štadióna, necelá, možno štvrtina, takže veľmi málo. No ale tak po takom výsledku sa ja tým ľuďom nečudujem.
Dostaneš slovo, Pinďo, ideš.
Samozrejme, že 0,6 to je ako to ťa odradí, hej. A obrovská škoda, že to Dunajská nedotiahla dokonca skrz toho koeficientu, naozaj to je asi jediná vec. Samozrejme, asi by ich to možno aj trošku viacej ešte nakoplo do nejakých ďalších bojov, ale vieme, že Twente nedonieslo niekoľko svojich najlepších hráčov, dokonca vôbec na Slovensko, vrátane Volta Vekosa, ktorí neprišli, hrali v improvizovanej zostave. Jasné, áno, chce sa ukázať a tak ďalej, samozrejme, ale zároveň to máš v hlave, že jednoducho ten postup už máš istý, nemáš šancu prehrať vonku pri tej kvalite tých tímov nejakým zásadným spôsobom a ohroziť ten postup po prvom zápase. Takže škoda, to je taký paradox, že naozaj v prvom zápase bol Ivačič vlastne, nechcem povedať, že hrobárom tých dunajsko-stredských šancí, to nie, ale akože
prispel
veľmi zlý výkon.
Áno.
A to vravím paradox je v tom, že vlastne Filipe neuveriteľným spôsobom vychytal ten druhý zápas a bol veľká opora Dunajskej stredy a vlastne v tej poslednej sekunde alebo v tých posledných 5 sekundách mu tá lopta nešťastne vypadla a prišla Dunajská o to víťazstvo, takže taká symbolika, že naozaj sa to tam zrútilo v závere a už to mali na dosah. Naozaj cenný scout, dá sa povedať, aspoň v tej odvete, ale celkový ten dvojzápas samozrejme treba hodnotiť veľmi negatívne.
No, Pinďo.
Tak a Miro to už tak nejako zhrnul všetko, by som povedal, lebo áno, keď prehráš vonku 0-6, už nemáš nejakú motiváciu ísť na štadión a hlavne keď nemáš vybudovanú nejakú fanúšikovskú základňu a to, čo sme hovorili aj minule, že vlastne prečo by si mal fandiť Dacu, alebo teda Dunajský, lebo tam bývaš, tak to je asi tak všetko. Po druhé, hej, Holandiania nechali svoje hviezdy vlastne doma. Oni si už boli asi nejako veľmi istí tým postupom 6-0, už asi hovorilo samé za seba. Ale tak pozitíva je, že napríklad nastúpil mladý Jenčuš vlastne za Dac, čo beriem veľké pozitívum, že išiel hrať a škoda toho víťazstva, alebo teda tej remízy, keď tak poviem, že to naozaj nedotiahli, že z poslednej akcie dostali gól, predsa len ten koeficient sa počíta a ten obrat sa mi ľúbil. Aj keď, ako Miro povedal, že Twente už prestalo úplne hrať a dali im šancu na nejaký reparát, ale pozitívom je, že ten dát sa toho chopil a išli do nich a dali na 3-2.
Kde začať? No, už prvý zápas 0-6 je tragédia. A hovorili to všetci hráči a my sme boli spolu v komárne na zápase tomto derby a dostaneme sa samozrejme plynulo teda aj k tomuto duelu, pretože moc nie je čo hodnotiť na tom, ako že dvakrát porazíš Veleš Mostar, ktorý pripomínal skôr tým z našej tretej najvyššej futbalovej súťaže. Dobre, do koeficientu sa počítajú body, hľadajme teda pozitíva a buďme za to radi. Ale následne príde ten stret s tou pohárovou naozaj špičkou v tej konferenčnej lige, poviem to tak, pretože hovoriť o Twente hovoríme ako o top 4 kluboch, alebo top 4 klube v Holandsku, aj tak je považovaný, jednak za svoju akadémiu, jednak s tým, akým spôsobom hrajú v holandskej najvyššej súťaži, veď Ajax predbehli minulú sezónu o bod, to samo o sebe niečo hovorí, hej. A ty zrazu s tým mixom, ktorý máš v tej kabíne, to nevieš ani dobre namiešať. A ja sa tomu ani nečudujem. Na našu ligu to stačí. Videli sme to cez víkend, hej, že na našu ligu to stačí, ale s jedným hráčom. Povedzme. Možno nájsť ešte dvoch. Ale už vieš, aj tí hráči Twente, presne ako ty si povedal. No tak vyhral si prvý zápas 6-0. Pocit, že by si dostal, keby si dostal aj druhý, aj tretí gol. Čo sa aj stalo? Stále máš 3 góly na skôr. A je úplne nereálne, aby prišiel agent 007 a teraz by sa niečo udialo, že by jednoducho James Bond z tej Dunajskej stredy alebo nejaký Ďula Bondoš by spravil nejaký zázrak.
Lebo to teraz si
A že by jednoducho vyčíslil teda z pohľadu Twente 007. To sa nestalo. A presne ten rozdiel. Pozri sa na výkony Ivačiča a pozri sa na výkony Felipeho. Ja netvrdím, že keby Felipe chytal Filipe, pardon. Filipe.
Veľa má tých mien, ale
Filipe. Takže sa mu ospravedlňujem sa aj fanúšikom Dacu. Keby chytal v Twente, alebo teda keby chytal v Enskede, možno 2-3 góly by vedel pri jeho kvalitách zabrániť, hej? A možno by aj on nakopol ten tým k lepšiemu výkonu, pretože Aliáš Ivačič sa na nikto nehnevá, nemá kvality na to, aby chytal.
A to je taký ten pohľad, že ty si prehrával po prvom polčase 0-2 a myslím, že aj ten druhý gól, ale tretí gól určite išiel na jeho vrúb. To znamená, že tam, keby ťa brankár podržal v tých kľúčových situáciách na začiatku toho druhého polčasu a stále máš len 0-2, prípadne tam v druhom polčase niečo proste vyvedieš a dáš možno nejaký kontaktný gól, tak tam prehráš, ja neviem, 1-2, 1-3, 0-2 a tak ďalej. A to je stále výsledok, s ktorým vieš pracovať do tej odvety. Možno by prišlo aj viac divákov a tak ďalej. Samozrejme, že tá kvalita bola odstrelená, alebo porovnanie tých kvalít bolo naozaj, akože to bol iný svet. Ale aj také výsledky sme už videli, že jednoducho nie vždy, keď máš, ja neviem, 5-násobný drahší káder, tak automaticky ten zápas vykáš. Ale musíš preto niečo urobiť. Že to je to, že tam sa bavíme o tom, že ten zápas by možno úplne inak vyzeral, keby tam bol niekto, kto ťa naozaj podrží a kto by chytal ako Brane Pindrov proti Dunajskej lige, hej. Že síce dostaneš 3 góly, ale máš 11 zákrokov a naozaj si akože hviezda, hej.
Smutný hrdina.
No a teraz si predstavovali, že by takto to bolo aj v tom Holandsku, hej. Že by dostala Dunajská 3 góly a mala by brankára, ktorý by jej naozaj tie ďalšie 3, 4, 5 čistých šancí super chytil. A stále ideš, akože máš trojgólové manko, jasné, v podstate ťa super rozbil a dostal si facku, ale dostal si facku o 3 góly a to sa teoreticky ešte zmazať dá, hej. Doma nastúpiš inak nastavený, dáš možno rýchly gól, nejaká štandardka, čokoľvek, penálta, neviem, super spraví nejakú úplnú blbosť, červená karta, vždy sa to dá, ale 0-6 sa už nedá.
Hej, a tak aj vyzeral ten vstup do zápasu, hej, že bolo 0-2 prakticky v 50. minúte. Hneď v prvých minútach alebo v prvých 12 minútach 0-1 a potom v druhom polčase hneď prišiel gól na 0-2. A už zápas bol akože úplne vybavený, čo ale slúži k úcti Dunajskej. V tomto zápase je to, že sa zmobilizovali, aj keď Twente tomu pomohlo, ale dala tie 3 góly. Hej, že dala tie 3 góly, že potešila tých fanúšikov, nemá ničo nábeh na hlavičku, akože na ten gól, čo dal on, tak to bolo exkluzívne, to bola ukážka veľkosti Amara Ramadana jednoducho v tom zápase, že toto sú tí dvaja, povedzme, rozdieloví hráči, aj keď Amar je samozrejme úplne odstrelený v ofenzíve, tak nemá nič, je zase fantastický v defenzíve a s Filipom Blažekom hrajú výborne v lige.
Ale tiež mu ten prvý zápas
nevyšiel.
Povedať, hoci v minulej sezóne bola obrovská opora.
Chceš odísť?
To bolo naozaj perfektné, ako sa hneď po príchode zo Slovenska chytil.
Chceš odísť? No poď, ideme. Odídeme, poď, odídeme. Poď, odídeme. Trošku fúni. On to predýcha ten Gašpar. Fuck.
A on vlastne chýbal len tuším 9 minút z celej ligy. Bol najvyťaženejší hráč v poli a to bol vlastne letná posiela, kde sa hovorí, že najskôr sa potrebuješ trošku ohúkať a klimatizovať, tak on do toho húpol okamžite.
Tak zmenil len jednu samohlasku za Slovensko a vedel.
Jasné. Ale v tej sezóne 2025-26 to bolo, že mám všetko, nemám nič, hej? Že to bolo úplne perfektné, ale tento úvod sezóny mu úplne nevyšiel, ale napríklad zase v Komárne to bol opäť výborný výkon z jeho strany, takže jasne Dunajského potrebuje a mne sa páčil aj gól Princa Ousuho, ktorý naskočil v druhom polčase a ukazuje sa, že to by mohol byť zaujímavý hráč pre Dunajskú Stredu a pre Slovenskú ligu, že na neho by sa mohli chodiť fanúšikovia pozerať.
A v druhom polčase to potvrdila v Komárne prakticky posledný nástupe. Pinďo, poď teda plynulok zápasu Komárne Tac, ktorý ty si videl sa z obrazovky a my sme boli hneď priamo na štadióne.
Vy ste fandili priamo tam. Zase výborná atmosféra, plný štadión, čo sa veľmi teším za Komárno, že takto to odštartovali. Ale bohužiaľ pritakám teraz Mírovi, to Komárno nemá toho útočníka, aj keď prišiel ten Silvester, tak je tam úplne slabé. Ono sa dokáže dostať do toho boxu, dokáže aj hrať, vlastne cez toho Bayerny ho skoro všetko ťahali, ale v tom boxe sú jaloví, tam nevedia zakončiť. Strašne slabý ten útok tam je a neviem, Miro, ty už máš potvrdeného toho Čecha, čo tam má prísť, alebo myslíš, že to bude nejaké vykúpenie?
To nie je Čech, to je, ja neviem, aká to je národnosť, ale to je ten Muritala. O čom
Už je tam,
on prišiel z Čiech,
už hral,
on hral aj predtým v príprave a teraz nastúpil, ale to a zatiaľ nevyzerá, že by to mala byť nejaká reálna posiela. Jakub Silvester je a bol naozaj vynikajúci hráč a ja ho mám veľmi rád, je to aj taký ľudský dobrý chalan. Ale samozrejme už v tom veku jednoducho máš aj určité limity a tak ďalej. A na druhej strane, ako hráč jeho typu potrebuje servis. Hej, že to je proste futbalista, on nevymyslí sám akciu cez troch hráčov a nezakončí. On mal vždy a má stále si myslím čuch na góly. Hej, že ja si myslím, že to ešte potvrdí v tejto sezóne, že možno v niektorých zápasoch Komárnu pomôže a dá tie góly, ale jednoducho on tam potrebuje tých hráčov pod ním, aby mu pripravovali. Napríklad na to tam podľa mňa prišiel Janko Bernát, ktorý je šikovný futbalista technicky, ale z nejakého dôvodu išiel po tej krivke zahraničie naspäť a skončil v Komárne, že tam asi tiež sú nejaké limity, alebo jak to poviem. To znamená, že Kubo Silvester by potreboval okolo seba jednoducho hráčov, ktorí mu budú pripravovať tie šance. A on samozrejme nedá každú, ale možno každú druhú dá, keď bude mať kvalitnú šancu pripravenú. Hej. To je to, čo potrebuješ, ako pripravil Ovusovi šancu proti Enschede tým dlhým nákopom, neviem, kto to bol. To je jedno. Ale proste dal mu krásne, neviem, či to nebol zrovna Nemanič, ktorý mu dal krásne dlhú loptu do behu a on potom spravil kľúčku na brankára a dal gól. Ale takúto šancu, alebo takúto prihrávku Gagua. Tak takúto prihrávku som pre Silvestra nevidel v tom zápase, hej. A áno, Komárno, a potvrdil to aj tréner vlastne Cibor po zápase, že oni mali relatívne dosť veľa príležitostí takých, nehovorím, že úplne 100%, ale boli tam v tých náznakoch, dokázali tú Dunajsku aj zatlačiť, ale jednoducho on to tak pekne povedal, chýbal pokoj v zakončení a v podstate to je také možno dobré vyjadrenie, že naozaj taká tá rozvaha, hej, taký ten kľud a samozrejme potom aj kvalita v tom zakončení, to je taká kombinácia, hej. No ale však vieme, že sme videli ten zápas, že nastúpiš s nejakou taktikou a najskúsenejší hráč, alebo teda s Kubom Silvestrom, druhý najskúsenejší hráč, ti odíde po 5 minútach, v podstate, ak sa zrazil s hlavou, tam už ukazoval 2-3 krát to striedanie, bol jednoducho otrasený, nemohol pokračovať, no a Bayern ti odíde v 22. minúte, lebo si zraní sval, takže ty jednoducho máš potom veľký problém.
A tu ťa zastavím, pretože už ja vstúpim do toho a nechýtam slovo, pretože mal som tu čest, som odchádzal do štadiónu ešte pred tebou. Bol stál tréner Cibor aj so svojím asistentom, tak sme si podávali ruky a ja som sa ho pýtal teda, že na to vyjadrenie Braňa Vidrocha, ktoré sa samozrejme dostaneme ešte, lebo to bolo naozaj úžasné. A ja som sa ho pýtal, reku, že pán tréner, že teda, že čo? A on, že prepáč, že nerozumel som ani už tvoje otázky, že takto som bol unavený, čo hovorí, že čo sa stalo, pán tréner? A on že my sme všetku taktiku šili na Kika, na Bajma. A zranil sa na 20. minúte. Preto tam vypíkol. Hodil Jabulu a hodil aj Fixku do lavičky, pretože jemu v prípade Bajemiho spadla úplne celá tá taktika. On hovoril po zápase mne teda, a vážim si trénera Cibora, pretože myslím si, že má dobré myšlienky, vie, akým spôsobom nakopnúť ten tým, jednak aj na tlačovke to potvrdil, že má niečo v sebe, že má nejaký drive. A on povedal, že čo mám robiť, keď sa mi zraní Kiko. Všetko sme na ňo šili, celú tú taktiku, ako by nemal plán B. A keď sa aj pozrieš samozrejme na lavičku, tak tam nemôžeš nájsť žiadneho takého ďalšieho ťahuňa, ktorý by bol povedzme tým rozdielovým hráčom. Aspoň nie teraz momentálne vo forme, to Bayern hral výborne, aj predchádzajúci. Aj pred sa prepojoval z tejto základnej zostavy a nadviažný servis. Práve jeho pridaj po pravej strane. Tak sa to zrútilo, celé sa to zosypalo a hviezdil Amar Ramadan. A ukázalo sa, že Ramadan je krajší sviatok pre fanúšikov Dunajskej Stredy ako Silvester, v zátvorke z E. Dva góly, prvý je exkluzívny, to sme videli z toho pohľadu a následne aj ten tretí, aký pokoj zachoval tú zakončenie jednoducho Pingo. Za mňa Amar Ramadan je hráč, ktorý by si zaslúžil hrať Ligu majstrov, poviem to takto, aj keď sa to asi nestane. Teraz.
Ja aj narážam sa ten prestup.
Už je to jedno, je to demertizované na teraz, ale poď k hodnoteniu Amara Ramana.
Tak ja, tak ako to mne neskutočný vlastne, odkedy začal šlapať, tak ja si vlastne, ja si vedieť Miro, ale on vlastne minimálne v každom zápase mal 1+1, hádam. A naň ho teraz je radosť sa pozrieť. Naozaj to by mal byť ten ťahom tej Dunajskej a ten by mal lákať na tribúny ľudí. A teda z môjho ekonomického hľadiska predajný artikel Dunajskej. Uvidíme, či ešte vydrží vlastne toto prestupové obdobie, či už od Dunajska náhodou nepošle teda za nejaké vyššie mega preč. Ako ten Slovan už padol, ale však podľa mňa dobré meno si robí aj Európe, takže škoda toho debatu, hej, že v tom Twente, že tam, ale tam tiež ukázal, že vlastne najlepší hráč tej Dunajskej, takže podľa mňa ak odíde, tak niekde do zahraničia za pekné peniažky a bude to škoda pre našu ligu, že vlastne takáto ozdoba odíde preč. Ale ja som sa chcel ešte opýtať, vy ste videli aj Filipa Kiša vlastne, keď s tou hrčou, alebo to bolo také lepšie? Lebo keď som to videl na obrazovke, to bolo strašná ona.
Si ho videl dole?
Bol.
Nie. Nemali sme tu čo. Už asi bol, možno opatera lekárov, určite. Podľa všetkého, takže nevideli sme ho Pinďo. Momentálna trhová hodnota Transfermarkt použijem 2,3 milióna. Presne, dobre. 2 300 000. Skloňoval sa prestup do Slovana Bratislava, priznám sa, že ja som nič takéto nezachytil, absolútne, a myslím si, že to by bolo to posledné, čo by urobili v Dunajskej Strede, asi predtým, ako by nasadili kukuricu doslova v Molarene.
Nešlo to zo žiadnych oficiálnych kanálov, otázka, kto to vytiahol, či len, neviem, niekto si pospájal, že proste najlepší hráč Dunajskej Stredy a Slovan chce niekoho do ofenzívy, ale mne by to nedávalo zmysel na krídlo, lebo to je proste vyslovene ťahový krídelný hráč a nemá tam teraz Slovan, myslím si, nejaký nejaký podtlak alebo niečo také. Tam má dosť toho, naozaj potreboval sa posilniť na hrote, čo sa posilní, k tomu môžeme potom sa vyjadriť. Ale akože ja potom, čo spravilo vlastne vedenie klubu v zime s Damirom Redžičom, keď vlastne ho pustilo do Rakúska a zároveň akože bol to jasne najlepší hráč a potom ešte vyhlasovali, že idú ďalej bojovať o titul, tak by ma teraz neprekvapilo vlastne už nič, hej, že kam vlastne Ramadan by šiel a tak ďalej. Nemyslím si, že 2,3 je hodnota, za ktorú by ho bol klub ochotný pustiť. Podľa mňa, presne, ja som
Ahoj, Pinďo.
Nazdar, zdravíme, Kovosmalt. Ja som chcel presne povedať, že minimálne dvojnásobok
Určite.
To znamená, že on ukazoval 5, tak 4,6 je veľmi blízko už 5.
Zaokrúhlime.
Zaokrúhlime, takže sme sa zhodli, vidím, že biznismen sa zhodol, to je fajn.
No, tak to...
Čiže, lebo to je zhruba suma, za ktorú išiel aj Damir Redžič. A Ramadan, samozrejme iný hráč, typovo a tak ďalej, určite gólovejší v tejto chvíli ako Damir. Ten skôr bol taký ten servisman a vytvárač tých príležitostí, alebo ja som z neho mal skôr pocit takého, že naozaj on vždy bol, prinášal to nebezpečenstvo, ale že si tam potreboval ešte niekoho, kto ti vlastne zúročí tú jeho robotu, zatiaľ čo Amar vie byť aj koncový. Hej, že darí sa mu naozaj v tejto fáze sa presadzovať viacej. Takže vravím, že áno, bolo by to nepochopiteľné, keby v tejto fáze si Dať spustil svojho najlepšieho hráča, keď potrebuješ dobre rozbehnutú sezónu, na druhej strane vypadol si z Európy a pokiaľ by prišiel niekto a vedel by dať takto 5 na stôl, tak by ma neprekvapilo, keby odišiel niekam.
A boli by vlastne aj v Dunajskej vyšli asi proti sebe, nie? Voči takémuto kšeftu, akože nepredať hráča, ktorý má momentálne teda 25 rokov, nie najmladším artiklom, hrá Slovenskú ligu, je Sýrčan, ako to sú všetko ekvivalenty, ktoré ti istým spôsobom zasahujú aj do tej trhovej hodnoty. Ti garantujem, že keby mal možno nemeckú alebo anglickú vlajku, alebo gambijskú alebo nigerijskú vlajku pri sebe, tak tá trhová hodnota by bola už teraz alebo trojnásobne vyššia. A rozprávali by sme sa o tom. Ale Amar Ramadan má fantastické kvality, je to hráč, na ktorého sa oplatí pozerať. Ovusu, rýchly, nepríjemný, štiplavý, výborný prvý dotyk. Fantastický ťahový hráč, ktorý prišiel v druhom polčase. Ale na strane Komárna bol novodobý muž s prezývkou Murár, a.k.a. Braňo Pindroch, ktorý 11 zákrokov vyťahol, najmä v druhom polčase bol fantastický tej 5 minútov, keď tam musel prísť doslova asi aj ozdravenie, len fyzické, ale aj mentálne. Pretože to, čo sa na ňo valilo, tá vlna za vlnou, Duní Dunaj a vlna za vlnou sa valí pri Komárne, vlastne cez do Komáromu, severovýchodne, vlna za vlnou, áno.
Či vlna? Nie.
Proste sa to valilo a Braňo Pindroch nám dole v mixzone povedal, že dá sa prehrať. Ale musíme prehrať s Vajcami. Tak ako si predstavujete, ako si vysvetľujete toto jeho vyjadrenie? Kde sme radi, že sme ťa pobavili, my sme toto mali naživo. Ty si robil rozhovor s Klemenom Nemaničom asi v tom čase, že?
Bavil o iných veciach.
A nám toto Braňo povedal, že dá sa prehrať, neviem, či to môžem povedať do telky, ale dá sa prehrať, ale s Vajcami.
Tak, pamätáme si z hokeja, nie? Prihrávka na Vajca. Pozdravujeme Ľuba Vajca. Čiže, tak je to tak, no, rozumieme, čo tým chcel povedať, hej? Že jednoducho potrebuješ ukázať, že si chlap v tých zápasoch, že naozaj sa vieš pobiť. A znovu, môžeme sa na to pozrieť cez tie objektívne príčiny, to sú tie zranenia naozaj dôležitých hráčov v prvom polčase. Môžeme sa na to pozrieť cez kvalitu tých tímov, jednoducho, že keď máš v tíme Ramadana a ešte môžeme vyzvihnúť aj Georgiho, alebo Georgia, alebo
George Gagua.
Tak ten hral tiež dobrý zápas v Komárne, to znamená, hlásateľ ho tak hlásil, no, tak George. No, čiže
Tam to tým hlasateľom moc nejde, počúvam.
Ale keď to povedal, sme sa my s Mirom na seba pozreli, že
minule Gabo Halabrín a teraz
George Gagua?
No v každom prípade, keď máš takýchto hráčov v tom týme, tak sa ti to veľmi pravdepodobne na tom ihrisku prejaví. Stane sa samozrejme, môže byť zápas, že jednoducho tá kvalita nie je úplne potvrdená gólmi a tak ďalej, ale keď vo väčšine prípadov sa to potvrdí. Čiže je to tak, no. Je to tak, že
musíš ukázať, že si chlap.
Keď aj, áno, akože dalo sa prehrať samozrejme a ešte takou väčšou vervou, možno, že naozaj, ja neviem, že by si proste spravil aj viac, ja neviem, faulov, hej, že trošku si to rozkúkoval a tak ďalej. Dá sa to všelijako, ale ja rozumiem tomu, čo chce povedať, že jednoducho on dostane 3 góly, aj tak je v podstate najlepší hráč Komárna jednoznačne a dostaneš rozdielom triedy a proste sa to na teba valí. Prehral si už 2 zápasy doma, chcel si nedobytnú pevnosť, máš zatiaľ 0 bodov, keď to tak poviem diplomaticky, a potrebuješ sa nakopnúť, lebo ešte si nevyhral a máš šťastie, že v lige sú aj ďalšie týmy, ktoré hrajú podobne.
No a na záver ešte, Piňo, ti odovzdám slovo a pôjdeme ďalej. Tréner Cibor, zrejme mu fanúšikovia domácich nadávali alebo vykrikovali niečo po zápase, priamo na hracej ploche. čo značne dal vedieť svojmu vedúcemu, že to nie je normálne a posledný krát, že za to, čo sme tu spravili a že sme to tu zachránili, si toto nezaslúžime. Myslel teda aj tých svojich hráčov. Na tlačovke to nechcel komentovať, ale bolo to značné, dolu v mixzone to bolo vidieť. Ale on povedal len jednu vec, že všetko robíme dobre, čo mal pravdu, pretože oni sa do tých šancí, ako si to aj ty mi rozpomínal, dostávali, ale chýbal ten pokoj v zakončení. Ale ako si to ty možno videl aj v nadväznosti na to vyjadrenie Braňa Pindrocha, teda, že čo, tak chýbali tie vajcia, alebo dajú sa dokúpiť niekde v obchode, alebo teda čo, lebo teraz môžeš očakávať, že na Skalicu 5. septembra ti nepríde 5,5 tisíca divákov.
To určite nepríde, ale za mňa Komárno hrá na to, čo má. Že tam na to, ako sú poskladaní a ako sú v dispozícii, hrajú dobre. S Trnavou zahrali, z Trenčína niesli bod, teraz, akože dobre, teraz prehrali 3-0, ale proste išli do toho futbalovo. Nešli do toho, že ideme ich tam posekať, podkyňať a píchať lakťami. Proste za mňa to Komárno hrá na to, čo má. A toto si asi po 4 kolách vypočuť od fanúšikov. To je asi hustá káva, nečudujem sa trénerovi, že reagoval takto, lebo tam on viacej toho asi nenatočí. Proste keď nemáš ten rozpočet adekvátny, alebo proste robíš tým, čo máš, hej, že proste máš tam tých hráčov, držíš sa rozpočtu, tak toto je výsledok a tam viacej nedáš toho.
V poriadku.
Dobre?
Však počkáme si na Veľkú noc, či tam
Nejaké krásnice.
Tam budú vajcia, zatiaľ musím stačiť Silvestre.
Veríme, že ohňostroje a biče budú plieskať na konci, nielen 31.12. Radosť majú v Trnave, pretože zatiaľ projekt s domácimi odchovancami vyzerá byť úspešnejší ako s tými importmi, ktoré prišli počas leta. Spartak zvládol zápas s Michalovcami, vyhral 2-0. Najprv Polťák, neuznaný gól pre offside, Erik Sabo nepremenil penaltu a potom striedanie Roman Degala a Filip Azango a 2 minúty potreboval Azango na to, aby dal gól a len takto zostal stať.
Ale aký gól? Akože,
On sa otočilo 360 stupňov, alebo ako to mám pochopiť, a temenom to trafil, dobre som to videl.
On správne ako piruje tu vo vzduchu, lebo však z jeho výškou asi potreboval sa vyšrobovať čo najvyššie, tak ešte sa otočil. Ale trafil to nejak zozadu temenom, ale akože neuveriteľným spôsobom, to neviem, či som videl takúto hlavičku. A asi tá odpoveď bola jasná, no, smerom potom k hlavičke a gratulačnému týmu, ale však takto by to malo vyzerať, že už to aj myslím, že Ilero Gonga nejakým spôsobom tréner kritizoval, rovnako teda Filipa Azanga. A
ja ťa len doplním, že aj Laušič mal problémy v úvode sezóny a tiež zabojoval, lebo bol na chvíľku, tušíme, vyradený z kádra a zabojoval o svoje miesto.
No podľa aj kolegu, čo bol na zápase, aj myslím, že podľa Flashscoru bol Laušič najlepší hráč zápasu, takže asi zabojoval správne, ale to som chcel povedať, že takto by mal reagovať hráč, ktorý je kritizovaný a príde na ihrisko na 5-10 minút s nastaveným časom a po 2 minútach strelí víťazný gól. Lebo bez neho by možno to Trnava nakoniec nezlomila, aj keď Michalovce teda pomohli hodne tým vylúčením, ale išlo v tom zápase kvázi všetko proti nej, hej, ani tá penálta a tak ďalej nevyšla. V podstate dominantnému mužovi toho vodu sezóny, lebo Erik Sabo držal Trnavu a držal tú trnavskú defenzívu pevne. A tým pádom potrebovali naozaj možno trošku aj taký ten moment, nechcem povedať, že zázračný, ale taký ten nejaký dôležitý moment v závere a toto chceš od toho striedajúceho hráča, že choď tam, dokáž mi, že si zaslúžiš dôveru a on takouto piruetičkou ti dá víťazný gól. Takže klobúk dole a Trnava naozaj potvrdzuje a OK, využila v podstate nekompletný program Slovana, ale je na čele tabuľky po 4 kolách. Slovan musí stále ten zápas zvládnuť. Ja vždy hovorím, že keď tam sú nejaké nedohraté zápasy, že to ešte nemôžeš brať tak, že sa vráti to mužstvo na čelo tabuľky, lebo jednoducho najskôr si tie body ale musíš zaslúžiť. A tým pádom Spartak sa môže teraz naozaj že usmievať a áno, ale je to o tom, že priviedol si vlastne 8 nových hráčov, bavili sme sa viackrát, to nebudeme sa asi opakovať, ale zatiaľ tí noví hráči tam vlastne nejakým spôsobom neprispievajú do tohto dobrého začiatku sezóny a je to o tých mladých hráčoch, čo nás ale teší.
Už kresel tie kokoti? Už nie 34, už iba 32?
9 Slovákov na strane Trnavy, z toho 8 odchovancov. To už sme riešili aj minulý týždeň, ale na druhej strane v bráne iba Adam Jakubek, v poli Korba a Paušek zo Slovákov. Po zranení po veľmi dlhom sa vrátil Paťo Danek, ale okrem neho na lavičke Bahy, Cervantes z Alžírska, Kalemi z Grécka, Mihajlov z Estónska a potom Pilling s Taylorom Hartom z Anglicka. Kým, áno, na strane Trnavy išiel Bukovský, Azango, Mehmety a Mojstra Pišvili, ale ten základ bol jasný a ten bol jasne zložený Pinďo zo slovenských hráčov.
Áno. A mne sa dokonca páči, ako má Trnava poskladaný ten káder, ako by som to povedal, že vekovo. Že má tam aj tých skúsených hráčov, má tam aj týchto mladých. Akože smutné na tom je tá situácia, že im tomu dohnali až tie ekonomické problémy, ale proste ekonomická situácia, že vyťahujú týchto mladých a nerobia to cieľane a s nejakým prínosom možno do budúcna, ale OK, sú to okolnosti. Verím, že túto nastúpenú cestu budú nejako držať a nepotopia tých mladých, že sa im nebude dariť alebo nebudú dávať góly a tak ďalej a tí starší ich budú viesť tou správnou cestou, že im budú dozdávať tie skúsenosti. Toto napríklad chýba v Žiline, hej, že nemáš tam tých starých, alebo teda keď ich máš, tak nepoužívaš ich, alebo ich stiahneš ihriska a tak ďalej, čo sme hovorili minule. Ale toto vekové rozvrstenie sa mi ľúbi a na druhú stranu zase je aj vidno, že tam mladická nejaká neskúsenosť v tom zápase bola vidno, polťák, zakončenia a tak ďalej. Proti tej Dukle boli takí, by som povedal, takí draví voci, že dobiehali tú loptu a išli s takou srdnatosťou. Teraz to nasadenie mi prišlo už troška také menšie, ale OK, však to si treba povedať v kabíne. A jak Michalce začali trošku presovať, tak tí chlapci sa, nie že zlakli, ale nevedeli na to nejako reagovať. Našťastie to Trnava potom ukopala a dala tie 2 góly. Ale je tam ešte vidno tú nezovratosť a tú nesúrodosť. V tej hre není to až také pohľadné, by som povedal, pre fanúšika, ale tak výsledky zatiaľ nejako nosia a najviac by som vyzdvihol tých mladých, že ich tam dávajú teda. Potom, ja neviem, chcel by som vidieť takú Trnavu, že budeš ako keby s radosťou chodiť na ňu pozerať a budeš sa tam tešiť na ten zápas, zatiaľ mi to takto nepríde.
Fantastické.
Prečo by ti to neprišlo také, akože za mňa Trnava momentálne baví, aj futbalom? Hrajú domáci chlapci, čo chceš viacej v Trnave?
Ale však dobre, že hrajú, to hovorím, že to je pre dokonca aj ten vek, že tam máš aj starých, aj mladých. Ale není to ešte tak technické, nevidia sa ešte na tom ihrisku, chce to viacej automatizmov, aby tá hra bola taká lahodná. Hej, že ty si to kľudne preneseš, spracuješ si to, ideš dopredu, vieš, kde ti nabieha ten útočník, využívaš štandardky. Napríklad aj tie štandardky sú chybou Komárna, proste oni ich nevedia vôbec využiť. Možno, že to je preto, že nevedia poskytnúť ten servis tomu Silvestrovi, čo ste hovorili. Ale keď si to aj porovnám so Slovanom, s akou ľahkosťou hrá, tak Trnave to ešte drie.
Čiže už mu spravili, tak Trnave mu spravili stejčík, ale dá sa ešte aj také fajnovejšie masičko, vieš?
No prílohu
ešte by sa ti mohlo lepšie
Tak Vágiu by som chcel, hej, že
Chcel by Vágiu.
presne tak.
Chcel by Vágiu. A má zatiaľ len nejaký zo samčieho ratlíka.
A nie, tuto niekde Tesco pedzol z nejakej krávky domácej.
Ja sa pozerám na rozpis Trnavy, dnes teda pohár, vymenené poradie, alebo teda to usporiadanie domáceho zápasu, pretože mali dnes aj v Trenčianskych Stankovciach, vieme, hrajú dnes doma od 18:30. Potom cez víkend megavýjazd organizujú fanúšikovia Trnavy do Trenčína. 23. to je nedeľu. Dobre. A potom doma zápas so Žilinou v Ružomberku a doma s Košicami. Aj ten žreb máš relatívne priaznivý teraz, nie?
Závisí všetko od toho, ako ti to ide. No tak áno, keď sa ti darí a tak samozrejme ideš aj do Trenčína jednoznačne z úmyslu vyťaziť a tak ďalej. Nebáme sa, keď hráš proti Ružomberku, súčasnému Ružomberku samozrejme, že ideš s jasným cieľom vyhrať, takže áno. Som zvedavý, že ako to pôjde ďalej, ale dobrý úvod sezóny, samozrejme, keď si to premeníme ešte na minulú sezónu, tak myslím, že dokonca mali 12 bodov zo 4 kôl a už sa hovorilo o tom, že Trnava po
Na
7
titul.
rokoch na titul, samozrejme všetci zo Spartakovského tábora brzdili, ale to si pamätám, že som si vtedy pozrel štatistiky, že kedy naposledy Trnava získala 12 bodov z prvých 4 kôl a bolo to práve v tej sezóne, keď napokon sa stali majstri 17-18, takže to tak navrávalo tomu, že by to mohla byť pre nich sezóna a potom to išlo vlastne už vieme na jeseň nejakým spôsobom dolu vodou a skončilo to trénerskou výmenou a podobne. Takže treba v tom len pokračovať.
No a ty si, Pinďo, načal teda aj ten Žiliny a presúvame sa na Štiavničky, kde sa stretli dvaja noví tréneri, Daniel Valach na strane Dukly Banská Bystrica a Vladko Veselý na strane MŠK Žilina. Potvrdili sa teda tie slova, o ktorých sme hovorili. Už minulý týždeň sme vlastne mali túto informáciu, aj sme ju predostreli v našom podcaste, že teda tu budú noví tréneri. Ja som sa stretol s Vladkom Veselým, bol v Komárne skautovať práve svojho súpera najbližšieho počas víkendu a zjednodušil futbal trošku Žiline. Keď si pozrieš tie 3 góly zo 4, ktoré dala Žilina, tak to boli všetko len jednoduché nákopy, sklepnutie, akcia do krydla na 3 dotyky a gól. Áno, že to vyšlo, že to potriafali hráči MŠK, tak to všetka česť, ale Dukla má vážny problém, keď to teraz otočím a ani Dano Valach aspoň prinútil hráčov dať 3 góly, ale tak dalo sa to očakávať, keďže Žilina hrá bláznivý futbal hore-dole, atraktívny futbal. Ale tréner Valach bude mať čo robiť v Banskej Bystrici, pretože tam je vážny problém. V defenzíve, v strede pola a asi aj v útoku. A to si vážim Roba Polievku.
Môže im pomôcť ten záver trošku, tých 10 minút, aj keď nakoniec to neznamenalo žiadne body, ale že naozaj sa presadili, lebo videl som potom v zázname jednu tú situáciu, keď mal Robo Polievka naozaj už celú bránu pred sebou a trafil chudáka Minarika. Chudáka, no v zmysle, že on samozrejme bol za hrdinu, ale takú šupu dostal do hlavy, tak to podľa mňa ešte teraz mu zvoní v ušiach. Ale že jednoducho tá brána, keď si zoberieš, hej, 7, ty vieš presne rozmeriť si bránka 7,2, nie, krát 2, neviem, 3, 2, 1, 4,
6
alebo tak nejako, no tak si to zrátaj v metroch štvorcových, koľko ti to vychádza na tú plochu a aká veľká je hlava Janka Minarika, hej.
A že to presne ten pokus letí.
Hej, no a ty to trafíš proste presne do tej hlavy, hej. Aj štatisticky sme to asi vedeli potom nejako podeliť, vyrátať, že aká je šanca, že ho trafíš presne do tej hlavy. A on že tam ako keby sa odrazila celá tá nemohúcnosť, ďakujem ti, krásne slovo, tá neschopnosť tej bystrickej ofenzívy v tejto fáze sezóny jednoducho to zlomiť. Takže vravím, ten záver, keď predsa len sa im tam podarilo niečo dať a jasne myslím, že jeden gol pokutové kopu, nie?
A Regiu a potom ten priamačík na záver.
A potom trafil ďalej, takže je to taká možno nejaká malá vzpruha pre nich, ale naozaj iba malá. A teraz to bude kto z koho, lebo v ďalšom kole Ružomberok, Banská Bystrica.
Joj.
A teda ja aj premostím ďalej, aby sme to, no a Ružomberok, tam som bol osobne, zobral som detičky na Slovan, potom aj nejaké pikošky už môžem z toho, ale keď sa bavíme len o výkone Ružomberka, tak to bude naozaj, že kto z koho a tam akože ak to Ružomberok doma nezvládne, čo si nemyslím, ale ak by to Ružomberok doma nezvládol, tak aby sme neboli svedkami ďalšej trénerskej výmeny.
Ja len doplním, Ružomberok včera zvládol zápas v Spišskom Podhradí, zápas pohára, aspoň trochu na psychiku, hej, pohoda. Pinďo, poď.
Ako mňa len zaráža zase len to, že príde tam Slovan, dajú šport, hej, a všade dostáva tá Bystrica, príde tam Žilina, už vyhráva 3-0 a spravia z toho drámu, ktorá skončí 3-4. Proste, čo tam vlastne neklape tej Žiline vzadu? Celá obrana im tam neklape, alebo čo sa tam vlastne deje, že ty už x zápas po sebe dokážeš takto zahodiť a prehajdákať si ho zhruba ku koncu zápasu, keď tak povieme, hej. Lebo si zoberať v Katoviciach, s Košicami, toto. Proste stále si tam vdehať jak rešeto.
Odpoveď.
Ale ostatne sme sa. Vy ste ale rozmýšľate, keď niečo poviem, ja som z toho hotový.
Máme hovor. Zdravíme Mikuláš, áno. Díky, čau. Tak, s nami do toho. Chceš sa zapojiť?
Nech sa
Ale to tak nechaj. No, možno by nám niekto bol. Vidíš, priatelia, takto fungujeme, takto pracujeme, keď sme teda online. A ďakujeme Nikolasovi, že vlastne chcel sa zapojiť, mne to pripomínalo Maxihru, vieš, že by sme ho zapojili, vieš, že by proste niekto sa nám volal a takto sa nám komunikoval, to ja nemyslím, že by mal tu Bráňo Mojsej, čau!
Dobre, poďme späť do reality.
Takže pozdravujeme Nikolasa.
povedať to, že nie.
Ja ti len poviem toľko, že
Čo toto je?
vieme, že Kaša odchádza, dostal povolenie na to, že si môže hľadať nový klub. Nemá už takový klub. Nevedia momentálne trafiť ďalšieho stopera, Janko Minarik je výborný, ale chýba k nemu ešte niekto dozadu. Narimanidze mi prišiel trošku taký pobláznený, pojašený v tom zápase. Môže to byť aj tým, že Vlado Veselý dovolil práve obrancom doplniť. Vtedy sa otvárali už na záver, lebo to bol fyzicky náročný zápas, keď sa to nezdá, fakt je fyzicky náročný zápas, tak už z toho boli chyby a neviem, či ty si videl, keď Robo Polievka dal gól, tak on krýva. Mal gól, krýva, keď bral loptu. Čiže on tiež ho to stále myslí. A ľudia riešia, hovoril to aj tréner Staneš, riešia to. Takže áno, Pindo, tu si toto vrcholí, ale budeme skúšať, čo sa ešte do konca transferového okna, konca augusta.
Až nejaká takmer polka septembra,
Takže do polky septembra ešte sa
13. septembra.
niečo uvariť a upiec. Takže kto z toho rozhoduje Banská Bystrica pre Fajnšmekrov, to bude lavodka. To bude zápas zápasov. Ty si bol na poli, Slovan dal 5 v Žomberku. Ako si to užil v detičke?
Fantastický boj, naozaj pekne to majú pripravené. Ale teda k zápasu, aby však to tu ľudí nezaujíma, ale k zápasu naozaj že Rosenberg sa dostal do dvoch takých pozícií, kde malý bratranec, 8-ročný sa rozhodol faniť z nejakého dôvodu, neviem prečo sa rozhodol faniť Rosenbergu. A boli sme samozrejme v takom sektore, ďakujem takto na diaľku Jankovi Muchovi, že nám pomohol rozperkovať lístky a boli sme v danom sektore, kde sme fandili Slovan. Však to teda vyskúšam, že si neviem odkiaľ si išiel akorát hľadiť z loptou smerom na bránu, poď, daj to. Tak keď ti priletí od niekiaľ, vieš, že ako negarantujem, ak si cel som rokov, ale tak nauč sa už teraz, vieš, že toto sa nerobí. To som sa smial, to bol jeden taký moment a druhý moment som sa smial, keď do mňa manželka drgla v 86. minúte, že neideme už. Však už je 3-0 a už sa nič nestane. Vieš. A potom jeden gól a potom to, čo spravil Tigran Barsegian. A potom som do nej drgol, ja vidíš? Preto sme nemohli vznikať. Preto si budeme sedieť až do konca, lebo naozaj nikdy nevieš, kedy uvidíš to také, prečo chodíš na ten futbal. A ja som sa bavil na Tigim.
Záverečných lístkov.
Áno, ale niekedy. A ja som sa bavil na Tigim od začiatku. A to nehral. Nastúpil až v druhom polčase v 60. tuším minúte a hneď Slovan dal hneď gól ďalší. Prihrával fantasticky Marošovi. K tomu Marošovi sa tiež chcem ešte dostať, Alexejovi, ale že na Tigim som sa bavil od začiatku. Jeho sledovať už len na rozcvičke, to je neuveriteľné. On minimalizuje všetok pohyb. Za to jeho mimika, proste on hľadá kamošov vo výtke, on sa pozerá hore, kýva, posiela bošteky, srdiečka. Keď už aj sa rozcvičujú pri tej čiare, hej, tak to vidí všetci, dajky, alebo dobre, však dajky, ale teraz od začiatku, ale vidíš na tých hráčoch, hej, že idú proste, mákajú, hej, ten kondičak im vždy ukáže nejaký cvík, tak oni ho spravia naozaj na 110%. Tigi, že jemnučko dvihnem jednu nožku, jednučko druhú, trošku sa rozbehnem, pobehnem toto. Akože naozaj to je neuveriteľné jeho sledovať. A potom príde na ihrisko, o 2 minúty akcia, nechá ho toho obrancu, krásny center. A potom ten výstavný gól, to je ako naozaj niečo. Áno, my sme videli podobný potom, ako dal Amar Ramadan, ale toto bolo ešte o niečo. Hej, že tá kľúčka bola tak rýchla, on si tak rýchlo hodil tú loptu doľava a okamžitá strela a priamo do vinkla. A som sa tak pozrel, tak naozaj, ešte som dokonca povedal manželke, že určite ja spomeniem tým pádom v podcaste, že čo si mi tu vyviedla, že si ma chcela zobrať 5 minút či 10 minút pred koncom do zápasu. A potom som tak, áno, posielal samozrejme srdiečko. A potom som tak na ňu, že vidíš, no toto je proste niečo, čo jednoducho... Toto sú tie momenty, ktoré chceš zažiť tam priamo naživo, hej, že áno, v telke si to pozrieš opakovane z rôznych uhlov ten gól, ale vidieť to tam priamo a tie emócie, tak to je niečo, prečo tí ľudia majú chodiť na futbal a prečo majú radi futbal. A to je ako... Ale pekne.
Čauko.
A som zabudol myšlienku.
Že to je kvôli tomu ten dôvod, na čo chodia na futbal,
Ja,
lebo
že-
sa bavia a užívajú si to.
Trošku keď ma tak akože zamrzelo jedna vec, že naozaj, že pohárové tie večery vypredané, alebo totálne zaplnené a stále nevie ten fanúšik prísť na tú ligu a bol krásny deň, naozaj, že nič tomu nechýbalo, že mohol si ísť kdekoľvek, aj my sme boli cez deň na výlete a potom sme išli o 5. na futbal, o 6. A stále tam bolo, áno, bol to zápas, kde bolo najviac fanúšikov v celom kole, 6400 ľudí myslím cca, ale stále to nie je ani tretina štadióna. Hej, že stále si myslím, že Bratislava je obrovská, aj tá fanúšikovská základňa Slovana je stále väčšia a väčšia vďaka tým posledným rokom. Takže si stále myslím, že by tam malo a mohlo chodiť viac ľudí a tým pádom, že by tam ešte bola tá atmosféra lepšia. Ešte to bolo celé tak, že to toho človeka naozaj vtiahne na tých celých 90 minút, lebo takto, keď sú tie dlhšie pázy. Ale že akože klobúk dole pred tým fanklubom a naozaj to, čo urobili tomu Alexovi Marošovi, ktorého som chcel ešte spomenúť, ako naozaj x-krát skandovali jeho meno, aj po zápase na ďakovačke špeciálne si ho vyťahli pred ten hrad hrácky, tak tomu chlapcovi to môže neskutočne pomôcť. A mu to aj pomáha naozaj, vidíš to v tých výkonoch, že samozrejme musíš to mať v sebe, musíš mať tú kvalitu, musí ti ten tréner dať šancu, čo ja mu dáva šancu, ale potom je tu tá spätná väzba, že keď ťa takto podržia tí fanúšikovia, tak ti to musí dodať neuveriteľný boost a musí ti to pomáhať.
Ja len túto tému uzatvorím, že Slovan Bratislava kedysi ešte na starom tehelnom poli mal taký, ja to hovorím za seba, ja ti odovzdám slovo, a taký banner alebo takú vlajku, že Búrani chodia na Super a my chodíme na Slovan. A bol by som veľmi rád, keby sa viaceré kluby inšpirovali práve takýmto nejakým sloganom, ako hovoríš ty, pretože každý chce byť pri tom, keď Slovan bude v Lige majstrov. Všetci budú chcieť ísť na štadión. Ja viem, že niektoré týmy...
No, ešte je 20 tam.
Ako napríklad zápasy v pohárovej Európe, ale ani na Slovane to neboli žiadne veľké lákadlá z pohárovej Európy.
No, ešte zničil nič 20.
A hralo sa cez týždeň, večer.
Koľko ti znižujú, jak dielo buchy, dá sa, koľko ty.
A 10-12 tisíc, to je jedno. Na takomto štadióne, Mirko, len poviem vetu, musí byť na Slovan. 10-12 tisíc divákov musí na Slovane a podobne aj v Trnave. A v Dunajskej Strede 6-7 tisíc musí byť každý víkend.
Ja len jedna myšlienka, Pinďo sa bude smiať, že zase do toho skáčem,
Ale potom môže ísť na
aby
to
si ľudia nemysleli, že sme len na jednej vlne, tu ti budem protirečiť, lebo práve si nemyslím, že chodia v pohárovej Európe na supera, minimálne nie v týchto predkolách. Koho láka Iberia, Mielby,
Ale o tom hovorím, že tam prídu na Slovan, ale prečo cez víkend na ligu neprídu na Slovan, vieš?
No aj tu by mohli
Takom
prísť na
počte.
Slovan, len proste je to tá súťaž, ktorá neláka, vieš.
OK.
Čiže to je podľa mňa o súťaži, nie je to o superovi. Lebo akože Ružomberok je za mňa, alebo podľa mňa pre fanúšika Slovana rovnaké lákadlo ako Iberia. Není tam veľký rozdiel, hej. Len tuto cítiš tú takú pohárovú eufóriu, hej, ten večer hrá sa svetla, neviem čo všetko. A tu ako keby si trošku zaznával a preto poďme vyzdvihovať a podľa mňa je to aj naša ako keby úloha, že poďme naozaj posunúť tú ligu aj týmto smerom, poďme ju vyzdvihnúť, že naozaj, že aj v našej lige. A vieš, aj predzápasový servis, v podstate som to nechcel hovoriť, ale naozaj sú tam veci, ktoré vieš aj sa zabaviť, aj s deťmi, aj bez detí. Dáš si pivko, dáš si kofolku, klobásku, všetko možné. A potom aj ten produkt samotný na tom zápase vieš si užiť a vieš si vychutnať. A to je jedno, či hráš Ružomberok, Skalica, ktokoľvek, proste prídeš na ten Slovan. A takto by to teoreticky malo byť aj v iných mestách, ale tak je to dlhá cesta. Ale poďme to takto posúvať, poďme to takto aj vďaka tomu, že sa o tom budeme takto baviť. Aj my sme preto tu, podľa mňa, aby sme pomáhali tomu futbalu v tomto duchu, že jednoducho, keď sa o tom nebude hovoriť, tak tí ľudia ani nebudú vedieť možno, že nejaký zápas sa hrá. Tak poďme o tom hovoriť. Aj kritizovať, aj chváliť, ale celkovo o tom hovoriť.
Sociálne siete nám dali veľkú príležitosť a musím pochváliť ľudí marketingových v Žiline, v Trenčíne, na Slovane, v Trnave, v Podbrezovej, v Dunajskej Strede. Naozaj tie kluby si dali na tom záležať. A ten servis na tých sociálnych sieťach skutočne majú. A sú kluby, kde sa to musí výrazne zlepšiť. Pretože dať len výsledok pred, po a program a hráme a žiadne nejaké rozhovory a nahliadnutie do tej kabíny alebo do toho klubu, aj to chcú ľudia vidieť. A ľudia, čo sa naozaj zaujímajú, tak si to chcú zažiť. Pinďo, poď.
Ďakujem chlapci za slovo. Dobre, ja začnem pri tej návšteve, hej, to som mal negatívum, že tam príde cez 6 000 ľudí a práve to, čo ste vy rozobrali, že na pohár príde plný dom, čo je super, a na ligu len 6 000 a mal som také porovnanie vlastne so Spartou Praha, hej. Im sa nedarí, prehrávajú zápasy v lige, vypadli z Ligy majstrov, cez víkend hrali, myslím, že s Teplicami alebo s kým a tam príde 16 000. Lebo oni naozaj prídu na tú Spartu, neprídu na tie Teplice. Takže toto by som chcel vidieť aj na Slovane a možno ich aj tak inšpirovať, že choďte sa pozrieť možno do tých Čiech, do toho Nemecka, ako to tam tie kluby robia, ako lákajú tých fanúšikov, ako s nimi komunikujú, aby sa to zlepšilo a naozaj na ten Slovan chodilo 12 000, možno na ligu, možno 15, ako hovorí Janky, možno že aj do tej Trnavy, ale to chce prácu všetkoho okolo. To není len produkt samotný, že hráš dobre, alebo niečo. Samozrejme, keď hráš dobre, prispieva to tomu, hej. Keď ideš do Ligy majstrov, predáš 11 000 pernamentiek, hráš konferenčnú, predáš 5 000 pernamentiek. Nemáš nejaké čakačky. Takže s týmto by som na vás nadviazal, ale to, čo som hovoril pri Trnave, tak teraz poviem pri Slovane, že mne sa tá hra Slovana ľúbi. Jaja Touré prerotuje, myslím, že 10 hráčov teraz dal a ten Slovan stále hrá. A dokonca sa mi ľúbi aj to, že proste nakladá tomu Ružomberku, koľko sa do neho zmestí. Žiadne zlutovanie, proste ideš, rozbeháš ich, kľudne im šupneš 2 góly aj na konci, proste, keď už ten Ružomberok nevládze, už len ťahá pety za sebou. A toto sa mi ľúbi. Ako mne, ako fanúšikovi práve, toto chceš vidieť do toho mužstva, že ideš do konca a nemáš zlutovanie s tým súperom, že no už sme mu dali 3, tak stačí, však troška zvolníme. Nie, rozbucháš o 5-0 a úplne v kúde, vysmiatý, potom ťa kotol vytlieska. Tuto je práve na tom to dobré, že stále na nich vidíš, že idú, bojujú a hrajú za ten Slovan, hej. A čo vlastne možno, že ešte treba nejako pripomenúť, že Slovan teraz ako keby sa mi zdá, ako keby, že funguje, neviem to potvrdiť, nemám informácie znútra, ale sa mi zdá, ako keby fungoval ako celok. Že keď tam bol tréner Weiss, tak vieme, že boli trenice medzi ním a generálnym manažerom, hej, že chalani si aj vyskautovali nejakých hráčov, Weiss, Benkovský a Kytka, ale generálny bol na dovolenke posledné 2 týždne v prestupovom období a nemohol nikto nič podpísať. Kdežto teraz ten Slovan robí tie prestupy, vidíme to na Sulejmanovi, že vlastne príde taký ten víťazný typ a chce tam zanechať všetko. Matsuoka tiež takisto vlastne, tento Japonec mňa strašne baví, že on ide do každého toho zápasu, že jak proste nie, že na 150% a vždy tam nechá všetko, aj srdce, aj keď je to Japonec a Slovane podľa mňa nevedel nič, keď tam prestupoval. Hej. Takže Slovanu teraz vychádzajú aj toto prestupové obdobie veľmi dobre a nebere takých, by som povedal, že odložených hráčov ako kedysi, ale bere také tie posiedy, ktoré chcú zabojovať, jednak je tam tá motivácia, asi aj tie Ligy majstrov už sú strašne blízko. Takže tento drive sa mi na Slovane strašne ľúbi.
Držíme palce. Dnes v čase nahrávania 19.8. o 21. hodine. Mirko, budeš na tehelnom poli. O necelých pár hodín sa to celé začne. Budeme Slovan držať palce a veríme, že takto o týždeň si povieme, že Slovan je v Lige majstrov.
Bolo by to.
Dúfajme.
Pekné.
Budeme v tom veriť, držíme Slovanu Bratislava palce. Poďme do našich tradičných rubrík, poďme dať niekomu kopačku týždňa. Mirko, začínaš.
Ja idem, a čo by to bol zadiel, keby som nespomenul Atletico Zálesie, takže ja idem, moja kopačka patrí Adamovi Nemcovi, ktorý minulý týždeň sme mali kemp na klube pre detičky a na jeho závere, alebo v jeho závere v piatok popoludní prišiel Adam Nemec pozdraviť účastníkov nášho kempu, priniesol aj fantastickú cenu, reprezentačný dres, bol zo zápasu Škótsko-Slovensko z roku 2017, samozrejme vypodpisoval, potom spravila sa súťaž pre deti, vyhral teda jeden šťastlivec, naozaj to boli úžasné emócie, ktoré potom išli z toho dieťaťa a vlastne naozaj sa Adam tam asi hodinku venoval tým deťom, odpovedali na otázky, podpisoval naozaj úplne všetko, neviem čo všetko si deti ešte zmysleli, doniesli, ešte toto chcem podpísať.
Nejaký kokot tam hodil všetky
Takže,
svoje vondy.
Za mňa taká človečina Adama Nemca, ktorý naozaj
Podľa mňa.
prišiel, doniesol aj dcerku, ktorá už pomaly
Toto je divné.
ešte mala 4,5 roka, dokonca bola včera prvýkrát na tréningu U8 atletika Zálesy, nestratila sa, bežkala tam medzi tými detičkami a bolo to super, takže za mňa kopačka Adamovi.
Pindi, poď.
A moja kopačka, už sme to spomínali aj počas vlastne dielu, ale ľúbi sa mi, že tieto tradičné kluby ako Trnava a Slovan začínajú preberať štafetu v nasadzovaní svojich mladých hráčov zo svojich akadémií a preberajú túto štafetu už tak pomyselne oproti Trenčínu alebo Podbrezovej, ktorí to kedysi tiež takto deklarovali, ale už väčšinou donesú nejakých hotových hráčov a začína sa tam pomalinky vytrácať aj akadémia. Uvidíme, až ako Podbrezovej tá U17 sa uchytí po tom mužskom futbale, keď vyhrali ligu. Ale kopačka jednoznačne tradičným klubom na Slovensku a nasadzovanie svojich odchovancov do A týmu.
Dobre, a ja idem za Amarom Ramadanom na jednej strane za jeho fantastický výkon počas zápasu proti Komárnu a za Braňom Pindrochom, ktorému verím, že nájdeme tie vajca a spoločne aj teda hráčom Komárna, aby sa konečne pred domácimi fanúšikmi radovali z víťazstva, pretože prostredie a tá aura a taký ten drive, ja to mám strašne rád, keď sú plné tribúny, rady, na klobásu, na hotdog, na pivo, na všetko, aj na vstup do areálu štadióna. No, dobre. Takže áno, Komárno štadión, nádhera. No a koho posadíme na lavičku, ja sa priznám, že stále rozmýšľam nad tým, že komu by som dal lavičku, že kto ma možno sklamal. Neviem ani, že či má niekto, asi Ružomberok za ten výkon na tú peťku, ktorý dostal na Slovane, lebo ten Ružomberok na to, že je to taký ten tradičný náš ligový tím a mužstvo, kde sa nerado, teda kde tie ostatné týmy nechodia rady hrávať kvôli podmienkám, najmä teda v pokročilej jeseni až zime a celkovo na Liptov, tak asi teda mi mrzí, že Ružomberok dostal 5, ale Slovan je jednoducho momentálne úplne niekde inde. Mirko, poď.
Ja som videl len tak okrajovo, ale ja by som tam dal tú situáciu v Prešove. Videl som status Stana Šestáka, status Ľuba Michela, proste to, čo sa deje okolo toho klubu. Keď si hovoril tradičná značka Ružomberok, tak Tatran Prešov ešte, nechcem to porovnávať, ale minimálne rovnako tradičná, alebo ešte tradičnejšia značka na Slovensku a stále sa ten klub trápi. Takže ja asi na diaľku len takto, že im držím palce, aby to nejako vyriešili. Zatiaľ teda je tam viacej invektív ako nejakých riešení, ale teda držím palce Tatranu, ale teda za mňa na lavičku tá situácia okolo tohto tradičného klubu.
A za mňa vlastne,
Čakal som, či sa chytí.
začal som skôr, lebo vy ste furt nejaké zaseknutí. Za mňa marazmus na Slovenskom futbalovom zväze, vlastne, ktorý ešte stále pokračuje. A už tu vidíme aj vlastne reálne dôsledky toho, čo sa deje. Hej, zrušené vlastne zrazy ženskej reprezentácie, myslím, že to bola U15 alebo koľko. A nebudú sa konať takisto vlastne turnaj tiež mládežníkov v Košiciach.
Memorial Gejzu Princa.
Ktorý vlastne mal byť podporený z peniažkou SFZ a tým pádom není. No a potom vlastne sa mi nejaká taká otázka vlastne, že kam teda posunuli pán Kováčik a spol tento SFZ.
No, to je dobrá otázka.
No to by sme si mali potom samostatný diel.
Myslím si, že už si to zaslúži niečo takéto.
No.
Lebo je to téma, áno, je to pálčivá téma, je to téma, ktorá rezonuje, ale na to treba byť naozaj pripravený a argumentovať asi tak, aby všetko bolo vysvetlené. Uvidíme. Snažíme sa o to, musíme tomu nechať asi aj čas, aby sme našli vhodných respondentov. Takto by som to povedal. Týmto by sme túto tému aj nejakým spôsobom uzavreli a poďme na typovačku. Pozdravujeme do veľkých levárov, či do malých levárov. Koho to? Matuško, merč.
Valdemar Matuška.
Dáme ti merč, dáme ti tričko. A ideme na to. Čiže aktuálna situácia po 4 kolách. Miro je prvý. No, gratulujeme.
Koľko zápasov som uhadol v minulom kole?
14 zatiaľ. V minulom kole si uhadol 5.
Ďakujem. Len to som chcel, nič viac.
My s Pinďom po 4. Takže si momentálne prvý o 3 body pred Pinďom a ja mám o 1 bod menej ako Pinďo. 14, 11, 10 je poradie. Trenčín, Trnava, Pinďo jednotka, my ideme s Mirkom za dvojkami, a teda za Trnavou a preto tu otázka na Pinďa. Prečo si myslíš, že vyhrá Trenčín?
Podľa mňa sa už chytí. A Trnava po tých dobrých výsledkoch, ktoré uhrala, teraz sa potkne.
Dobre.
To stále do nekonečna.
Dobre, budeš ústrednou postavou aj pri zápase Ružomberku s Duklou, pretože my už veríme s Mírom, že Ružomberok vyhrá, ale ty vidíš remízu.
Akože pri týchto dvoch, ako tam, by som povedal, že jeden horší ako druhý, by som, hej, že to by som povedal škaredo, to nie. Dobre, na koho to padne, jak sa hovorí, a teda nevedel som sa rozhodnúť, že na koho to hnedé padne, tak som dal remízu a verím, že to bude krásnych 0-0.
Len nech nič hnedé nepadá. Dunajská Podbrezová, tam veríme všetci traja Dunajskej strede a ideme zase za tebou. A nezávisle od seba sme typovali, priznávam sa, len mi Miro na večer, že natypuj a ja som písal a ja som ani nevedel, ty si to až po mne potom vypisoval, takže si sa inšpiroval. No,
Opačne, ja som pre tebou ty.
Prd Mákovi,
No jasné.
bolo tam prázdne okienko.
No tak to si zle pozeral.
Každopádne Zemplín, Michalovce s Kalicami s Mirom veríme jednotkám a ty zase vidíš remizu.
Áno, tak pozri sa, tá Skalica nehrá zle. Dobre, v Michalovciach sa ťažko, ale na tú remizu podľa mňa Skalica tam má.
Dobre, zhodli sme sa aj pri zápase Žilina Komárno, veríme domácim, všetci traja. A zase ideme za tebou, pretože ty v zápase Košic so Slovanom vidíš remizu a my s Mirkom víťazstvo Slovan.
Áno, vlastne je to kvôli dneskajšku, podľa mňa Slovan všetky síly vrhne na to celie a takisto v budúcu týždňové odvete, aby sa do tej Ligy majstrov dostali, lebo však to je priorita. Ako ja nechápem nejaké hlasy možno zo sieti alebo niekoho, že až tak by stačila aj Európska liga alebo niečo. Nie, už keď máš proste, keď už otváraš tie dvere, proste už chceš do tej Ligy majstrov. Hej, už jednak peniaze do kasy, jednak prestíž, je to každým snom. Za mňa ako fanúšika, akože počuť Ligu majstrov na štadióne je, teda tú znelku je úplne niečo iné, ako keď pozeráš Európsku ligu alebo niečo. Proste chceš tam ísť a podľa mňa s vypätím všetkých síl, preto do Košíc príde hodne obmenená zostava a tí Košičania, však vidíte, jak sa zastreľujú a jak sú ofenzívne k dispozícii, takže mohli by uhrať tú remízu s nimi.
Keď dáš 11 gólov v 3 kolách, tak sa vlastne zastreluješ. Čiže chcel by som vidieť tie Košice, keď budú zastrelené.
Ja chcem vidieť, že kto vlastne bude hrať, keď sa zastreľujú.
Aký priemer budú mať na zápas, keď teraz sa ešte len zastreľujú, vieš?
Nie, tak viete, ak som to myslel.
Perfektne.
Sa strieľajú, jak sú...
Dobre, vyťažil si ho v tej typovačke úplne doma, si ho vyždímal
Myslím
perfektne.
si, že
Spokojný bude.
v Levárov bude obrovská spokojnosť.
Šampanské majú buchať.
Priatelia, toto je všetko. Nemáme ani čo už viac dodať, pretože ja som stratil slova, ale opäť raz fantastické veci vyťahol Mirko Antol, náš stály host denníka Šport. Mirko, dík.
Díky moc, krásny týždeň.
A samozrejme filantrop, otec myšlienky a náš milovaný Peter Pinďo Husár, a.k.a. Pindík, Majolika, Hlaholika, Kolosmal, Fiľakovo. Pindík, dík.
Pekný týždeň a peknú futbalovú stredu dneska. Aj pohárovú, aj Ligu majstrov.
Držte palce Slovanu Bratislava, držte palce kopačkám z lavičky, Spotify, Hero, Patreon, YouTube, odber, Instagram, Facebook, komentujte, píšte. Budeme radi za akúkoľvek pozitívnu, konštruktívnu kritiku a interakciu. Janty vás zdraví, ďakujeme za pozornosť. Opäť o týždeň, dovidenia.
To bude ambušej za 9. Ale... To boli ambuše za 9. Yeah, that's correct. I cancel items, I don't drop them anyway, so it's... So that was like... kind of bullshit. Mal by som ísť možno na ženy teraz. Piče. No nič, mal by som ísť na ženy. Dávaj ísť teraz na ženy. Dáme si toho vitamína a ideme na ženy.
Everyone probably knows that vitamin D helps with calcium and strong bones. But most people don't realize that vitamin D acts more like a hormone. And when you don't have enough, it can cause some very strange things, like sudden sweating, crawling sensations in your legs, or even unexplained anxiety. Hello, health champions. Today we're going to talk about the 10 weirdest signs of a vitamin D deficiency. And we're also going to cover some of the mechanisms so that you really understand how far-reaching and critical this vitamin or hormone is. So when we talk about vitamin D, we typically talk about things like immune system support, strong immune function. And if you don't have enough, then you might get frequent infections. Classically, even before that, we talked about vitamin D related to bone health, and it was the classic sign of something called rickets. If kids grew up really bow-legged, if their legs, if their bones didn't calcify properly, then that was because they had a severe vitamin D deficiency. And also today we know that it's related to osteoporosis. But bone health goes so much further. So vitamin D can actually be associated with bone, tooth, or even with back pain. So when vitamin D is low, then we're not able to absorb calcium as efficiently, but we have to have calcium in the bloodstream. Calcium is a signaling molecule. So if we don't have enough, it's much more important we have it in the blood than in the bone. So the parathyroid, which is a tiny gland up on the front of your neck, it's going to release a hormone called parathormone, which will pull calcium from the bone so that we always maintain proper levels in the bloodstream. But now as we're losing calcium, as we're losing strength of the bones, now we might end up with bone pain, tooth pain, or even back pain. But more than that, vitamin D actually also signals for the osteoblasts. Those are the cells that make bone. Those are the cells that form strong bone from collagen and protein and calcium and phosphorus. So with less vitamin D, there's going to be less stimulation of these osteoblasts, in addition to the fact that we don't have enough calcium. And now what's going to happen is we could have unexplained bone fractures. And because of this poor bone formation, we might also end up with slow healing of bones. But vitamin D also helps move calcium and phosphorus into the teeth. So when vitamin D levels fall, now we could end up with weak dentine and weak enamel. But vitamin D also helps move calcium and phosphorus into the teeth. So if vitamin D levels fall, now we could end up with weak dentine and enamel. And as a result, we could actually get gum disease and tooth sensitivity or tooth pain as a result of low vitamin D. And sign number 2 is muscle weakness, because vitamin D helps transport calcium into the muscles. So yes, we need a signal from the nervous system. We need an electrical signal to the muscle, but then to cause the actual muscle contraction, we have to have that calcium activate the muscle fiber. And with low vitamin D, we're not going to have as much calcium, and as a result, now we could end up with some muscle weakness. And those are going to affect mostly what's called the proximal muscles. Proximal means close to, and we're talking about close to the trunk, close to the center of the body. And those are usually the large muscles like the upper leg, like your thigh muscles, your glute muscles, hip muscles, things like that. The big muscles that help you climb stairs and stand up and so forth. So if they weaken, you could have a hard time lifting things. You could have a hard time standing up from the chair or climbing stairs. And sign number 3 is depressed mood. So even though we call it a vitamin, vitamin D is actually much more of a hormone. It acts more like a hormone because most vitamins, they are sort of like catalysts. They're cofactors. They just help a reaction move forward, whereas vitamin D, being a hormone, acts much more like a signaling molecule. And one thing that it does in terms of mood and brain is that it helps regulate 2 neurotransmitters called dopamine and serotonin. And dopamine is our moving towards something neurotransmitter. It's our motivation, it's our desire. Whereas serotonin is more of a feel-good, more of a satisfaction neurotransmitter. And there are receptors for both of those neurotransmitters in the prefrontal cortex. That's the area in the front of the brain where we have our executive function, our humanity, our motivation. But also in the hippocampus and the limbic system. Hippocampus is an area of the limbic system that have to do with memory and emotional regulation. So vitamin D is involved with the regulation of mood, motivation, and emotional balance. And when vitamin D falls low, we could find ourselves much more likely to be irritable and to have a depressed mood and a lack of interest. Sign number 4 is excessive sweating on the head or the scalp, primarily in the hairline. And this is a very well-known, very classic sign, both in infants and in adults. So back in the day, before we ran a bunch of tests and before we had sophisticated testing available, they would actually ask the new mothers how their babies were doing shortly after birth. And if they had head sweating, then that was a sign that they were actually vitamin D deficient. So if we're low on vitamin D, then we're going to be low on calcium. And this is going to cause an increased firing and a hyper-excitability of the autonomic nervous system, your fight-flight response and your feed-breathe responses. So when your vitamin D is low, we already said that that means your calcium is also going to be low. And calcium is a super important signaling molecule. When calcium is low, that's going to increase the firing of your autonomic nervous system, of your stress responses. So that means if we have a hyper excitability of your stress response, now what can happen is you basically can get excess sweating without having an actual stress response or without actually doing any exertion. And the primary ways that this would show up would be damp hairline, like you're sweating in the scalp or in the hairline, and also that you find you have night sweats. Sign number 5 is a craving for sunlight or feeling better instantly after it. So if you feel bad and then you get some sun exposure and you find yourself almost immediately that you have improved mood, you have more calm and more focus, this is more than just a psychological response, because it could feel so good with the sun that you just relax, but it's much more than that. And it's a real biochemical response. And this is really interesting how the body works, because The sun exposure, the UVB frequency of light, does stimulate vitamin D synthesis, but it's not going to happen that quickly. So it's what they call a neurochemical reflex. And the brain is basically anticipating, it's predictive. So the brain has a predictive regulation system that it gets this sunlight and it knows what's about to come, so it makes you feel good already, even if it's several hours before that vitamin D actually kicks in. And there are many, many other examples of how the body works that way with this predictive response system. For example, if you have a type 2 diabetic who takes a little bit too much insulin, or even a type 1 diabetic who is on a pump maybe, and they get too much insulin and their blood sugar drops too much, they get hypoglycemic. And the first thing you're supposed to do is to give them some sugar or some orange juice or candy bar or something to raise their blood sugar. And when you do, very often they will come to, they'll feel better. If they were totally passed out, they might wake up. If they were just lightheaded and feeling terrible, they might feel better instantly, like within a couple of seconds. And there's no way for the orange juice or the sugar or the candy bar to actually get to the brain in that amount of time. So it's a predictive response. Same thing if you're so hungry, you're so starved, maybe you're even shaking, you're that hungry, and you just take one bite of food, that first bite of food, and as soon as you have it in your mouth, you feel better, even though it's going to be quite some time before any of that food actually gets distributed into the system. Number 6 is fatigue and low energy. So how does that work? Well, few people know that vitamin D actually affect the mitochondria. They help regulate the mitochondrial enzymes. And mitochondria are those little inclusion things in our cells. We could have hundreds or we could have thousands of these little things in our cells, and they actually make all of our energy. So if vitamin D isn't there to regulate these enzymes, now we lose mitochondrial efficiency. It's like an engine that just has less power all of a sudden. And as a result, we get less of the ATP production. And ATP, of course, is the body's energy currency, that we don't run on calories, we run on ATP. We take fuel and we oxidize it and we turn it into ATP, or adenosine triphosphate. So again, with less efficiency, we're going to output less ATP, and we're going to find we have early fatigue. We get tired much faster. But since every cell in the body runs on ATP, this could also affect the brain, of course. It will affect the brain. So we could also find ourselves with sluggish thinking and a lack of motivation. Number 7 is hair shedding, or alopecia areata. And that means baldness. Alopecia means baldness, and areata means that it comes out in patches. It's very unlike the male pattern baldness that you see with yours truly, but here it's like big patches, big bald spots in the middle of the hair. And the mechanism is twofold. So vitamin D regulates the hair follicle cycles. So there's 3 phases to hair growth. They have the growth phase, they have the resting phase, and then the shedding phase. And with low vitamin D, the hair follicle could get stuck in the resting phase. And if it gets stuck there, then it can't move into shedding or regrowth. It just kind of sits there and hair gets brittle and falls out. And the second way that vitamin D is involved with hair growth is that vitamin D regulates autoimmunity, or immunity in general, but part of that is autoimmunity responses. So with a low vitamin D, if your immune system gets dysregulated, now your immune system could start attacking your own tissues, including hair follicles. So by bringing more vitamin D in, you could actually calm down the immune system and lessen that autoimmune attack, as well as you could improve the growth by restoring the proper regulation of these phases. So increasing vitamin D in this case may or may not help, because it's going to depend on how far progressed the disease process is. If the follicles are still somewhat viable, if they still have a little bit of life left in them, then there's a chance that you can reverse this process. But there is sort of a point of no return. Sign number 8 is restless legs, which can be described as a crawling sensation in your legs at night. And again, there's 2 ways that vitamin D influences this mechanism. And one is through dopamine, because dopamine is a neurotransmitter. It's an emotional signaling molecule. And just like it helps us move toward a desire, it also helps directly with movement. And the classic disease that involves dopamine is Parkinson's. It's a movement disorder when we don't have enough dopamine. So with less vitamin D, there's going to be less dopamine, like we talked about before. And now there's going to be a type of misfiring in the nervous system. And this misfiring is going to make it feel like your legs need to move. Even though you're in bed maybe and you're trying to rest, you get this crawling sensation and this irresistible urge to move your legs. And this is made a little bit worse by the fact that dopamine naturally decreases at night because it has to do with movement, and we're not supposed to move at night. And the second mechanism has to do with calcium again. Low vitamin D leads to low calcium, which leads to overexcitability, a little bit of irritation of the nerves. And this in turn can cause some involuntary contractions and twitches in the legs. Number 9 is poor concentration or brain fog. And again, we have to appreciate how different vitamin D is, how far-reaching its effects are. And it's more of a hormone than a vitamin. You could even call it a neurosteroid. So a steroid is a growth hormone. It's a hormone that makes things grow, like testosterone, for example. But this is for your brain. And vitamin D is critical for both brain communication, for sending the proper signals, and for repair. So vitamin D controls calcium. And when we have enough vitamin D, then we can make the proper signals. We can make clean, fast signals that communicate properly. But when vitamin D levels suffer, now we can get sort of an erratic behavior of this calcium. The inflow and the signaling is less well controlled. It's more random. And we can liken this to a noise, a neural noise in the nervous system. And as a result of this, you could get forgetfulness and you could experience reduced clarity and focus. So that part is about the signaling, but you could also make a case for vitamin D being a steroid. It has to do with repair and growth. And that's because vitamin D also drives BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which is like miracle growth for your brain. So with less vitamin D, there's going to be less BDNF and less neuroplasticity. And neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to make new connections, to reshape itself, to make new pathways for signals to go. And every time that you learn a new skill or you recover from something strenuous that did damage to the brain, you're using neuroplasticity to reshape it. You can't learn anything, you can't adapt to anything without neuroplasticity. So vitamin D can be so far-reaching that when vitamin D levels are low, you could actually have reduced learning, reduced adapting, and reduced recovery. And the 10th weird sign of a vitamin D deficiency is chronic pain. And in the peripheral nervous system, in the PNS, vitamin D helps maintain accurate signals. So we have receptors in the periphery that send signals into the central nervous system. And then in the central nervous system, vitamin D binds to brain and spinal cord receptors to modulate the pain, to turn up and down our experience of that pain. So with low vitamin D, we can actually get like a double whammy here. On the one hand, we can have hypersensitivity in the peripheral nervous system. So out in your fingertips and the skin, every part of the body, you have receptors, pain receptors. That's not called pain yet. It's called nociception. It's just a signal that could be interpreted as pain. But for the same level of stimulus, for the same pressure, for the same intensity, the peripheral nervous system could start sending stronger signals. We get hypersensitivity at that level. But then in the central nervous system that interprets this and turns it into pain, we could turn that part up also because we have these receptors in the brain and spinal cord that are not as well regulated. And on top of that, we could increase the duration of the experience of pain. So all of these would strongly contribute to chronic pain syndromes. But there's even one more way that this could contribute to chronic pain, and that is that with a decreased vitamin D level, we also have less suppression of some inflammatory markers, some cytokines like interleukin-6 and TNF-alpha. And if we have less inhibition there, we get more system-wide inflammation and more irritation of these peripheral nerve endings. So this is often called a central sensitization, that we get a global increase in pain, an experience of more pain everywhere in the body, but it's because of a central mechanism. And like we said before, with less vitamin D, we're going to have less serotonin, our feel-good neurotransmitter. And serotonin is actually involved with mood and pain inhibition. So here's one more way that a low vitamin D level contributes to chronic pain. So vitamin D is definitely something that's worth looking into as far as supplementing. And a safe level is usually 2,000 IUs to 5,000 IUs. But if you take it long term, it's definitely worth checking it. Get it tested once in a while because you do not want to get too high. Vitamin D is something that is toxic when you have too much. So there are some supplements out there where they're selling you units of 10,000 per capsule, and that is not something that you want to take long term because the likelihood of toxicity is very high. If you enjoyed this video, you're going to love that one. And if you truly want to master health by understanding how the body really works, make sure you subscribe, hit that bell, and turn on all the notifications so you never miss a life-saving video.
Máme nejaký iný podmas? A vieme nájsť nejaký iný podmas?
Make standard B vitamins useless or even harmful. Hello, health champions. Today I'm sharing 10 signs that you may have this block and why you need the active form to support your body. The first sign is if you're always tired, even after sleeping. And the reason there could be that B vitamins is what drives the process inside the mitochondria to make the body's energy currency called ATP. And even if you're supplementing with B vitamins, it could be an inactive form that converts very poorly in your body. And whenever we eat food, it's supposed to give us nutrition and energy. But if you can't convert those B vitamins, then you actually don't have a usable form of B vitamins, and then you can't turn that food into energy. So if you notice that you wake up tired, you have a midday crash, or maybe you notice low stamina, then it could be a failure to generate the usable energy with the usable form of vitamins. And then you could experience fatigue despite having rested and slept. But it's really important that we understand how these things work so we don't jump to conclusions. Because a lot of people will hear at this point that, well, B vitamins help the body make energy, so therefore they think, I'll take these methylated B vitamins and I will get energy. Well, it's not quite that simple because B vitamins are not an energy source. They are a catalyst. And just because they're necessary does not mean that they are sufficient because the body needs other things to make energy, and it's not the only thing that causes fatigue if you're low on B vitamins. However, it is a very commonly overlooked piece in the puzzle. So realize that it's possible that you can take these, and if you're not deficient in B vitamins, then you probably won't notice a change because that wasn't the problem. Sign number 2 could be brain fog, and this is because the body needs both vitamin B12 and folate, which is vitamin B9, in order to make neurotransmitters and help with brain signaling. And then we also have to keep in mind the previous slide, which is the brain also requires a lot of energy, a lot of ATP. So if you have a lack in these B vitamins, then you could experience slower communication between the brain cells, slower signaling, and as a result, things that you could experience would be forgetfulness, lack of focus, and also some mental sluggishness. And also the degree of mental clarity is often one of the first things that you could notice. Sign number 3 is if you feel a little bit off, either mentally or emotionally, that could also be B vitamins because they help regulate mood-related brain chemicals. So the neurotransmitters that we talked about on the previous slide, they also are involved with regulating mood. And if you have a deficiency in the required B vitamins, then you could have signaling imbalances that could result in irritability, a decrease or a lack of motivation, and you can also notice kind of subtle mood shifts. So in this case, it wouldn't be anything dramatic. It would just be like you notice that something's a little bit off. Sign number 4 is if you crash after eating. And this is because B vitamins support ATP production, which is, of course, our energy currency. And if you have a lack of B vitamins, then you could have a lack or a decrease in energy production after meals. Now, it's important to realize that it is perfectly normal to have a slight drop in energy right after a meal because your body starts using some of your energy and resources to start breaking down the food and making enzymes. And also, a lot of the blood flow is going to be directed toward your gut for digestion. And the reason that you feel better after a meal is because your body knows that it has received some resources. So it starts sending signals to the liver to release some blood sugar and some feel-good hormones, etc. But the real energy doesn't come right after the meal. It takes about 1 to 3 hours before you have digested the food and before you start generating stable energy from the food that you just ate. But if you don't have that normal routine, if that normal procedure doesn't happen, then it could be that you're low in Bs and then you still feel tired or drained even 1 to 3 hours after the meal. Sign number 5 of low B vitamins is you're not as good at tolerating and handling stress. So B vitamins support your nervous system with the signaling, with energy production, and also with the stress response. So what happens with stress, obviously, is that you get into a state of fight-flight, whether you're aware of it or not, whether it's acute or just a lower chronic increase in stress. And what happens is that there's an increase in demand. There's an increased demand for resources to deal with that stress, but at the same time, there is a decrease in function. So we need more, but we have even less. And as a result, there will be a decrease in resilience. You won't have the same ability to deal with stress. And also a lot of the adrenal hormones, the stress handling hormones like cortisol and adrenaline and noradrenaline, or as they call it, epinephrine or norepinephrine, they all depend on B vitamins. And as a result, you're more likely to experience overwhelm, or you might also notice a slower recovery from episodes of stress. Number 6 is if you're taking the wrong kinds of vitamins. If you're not taking the active form, then they have to be converted from inactive to active. And one of the biggest things in that regard is that what a lot of people are starting to check for and realize is that more than half the world's population may not convert very effectively because of a genetic variant or a genetic glitch called MTHFR, which is methyl tetrahydrofolate reductase. So if you take an inactive form of a B vitamin like B9 called folic acid, your body can't use it until it's been converted. But if you have this genetic variant, now you're not very good at converting it. And this could actually be harmful if you take a lot of folic acid, which is typically the form that they enrich or fortify food with, and you have this genetic variant, so you can't convert the folic acid to the active form folate. Now, that unconverted, that unmetabolized form of folic acid may actually be building up and hurting you. So taking more of the wrong kind is not going to help. And it could, like we said, could be counterproductive. And also, like we mentioned before, if you're taking B vitamins and you're going to take in the right kind, but if you're not deficient to start with, then it's not going to do anything. And it could be something else that causes the problem. Sign number 7 is tingling or burning or numbness. And these are classic signs of neuropathy, specifically peripheral neuropathy that you get in hands and feet. And there's one vitamin specifically called B12 that is needed for the structure and function of nerves. So a deficiency in B12 can affect signaling as well as the structure. You can have neuropathy, you can have damaged nerves if you don't have enough B12. And of course, as a result, now you have the pins and needles and burning and numbness. But if you take a B12, you want to make sure it's the right kind. And generally, the best kind for most people is called methylcobalamin. But there are some people who have a hard time tolerating high doses of methylating products. And in that case, they are probably going to do better with something called hydroxycobalamin. So when it comes to B vitamins, it's critical that we understand that there are 2 pathways we need to handle. If we only handle one of them, then we haven't really solved the problem. So the way these pathways work in the body is if we eat protein that contains methionine, which is an important and essential amino acid, then that's going to break down into something called homocysteine. The liver breaks this down, and homocysteine is like an intermediate metabolite. It's not a bad thing in itself. In fact, a small amount is good for us. It's very useful and necessary. But if we don't break down homocysteine effectively, now the levels can build up and become a problem because high levels are inflammatory and they damage the inside of your blood vessels and can increase your risk for heart disease. Now, there's 2 ways that we can break down homocysteine, 2 pathways. And the first one is called remethylation. We recycle the homocysteine back into methionine. But like I said, that first step, the first pathway, is only half the solution, because if you take homocysteine and turn it back into methionine, then a lot of that is going to turn back into homocysteine again. So we're just creating a loop, and we also need an exit. And the second pathway is that exit. That's when we turn methionine into cysteine, which is another sulfur-containing amino acid. And these are super important. They're super healthy. We need to have these, but we can't get stuck in the first loop. And there's 4 different nutrients that can assist the body in the first pathway. The most important is active folate, 5-MTHF, methyl tetrahydrofolate. Then we also want vitamin B12, and for most people, methylcobalamin is the best form, and for some, though, they need to go with hydroxycobalamin. Then we need trimethylglycine, and that's not absolutely necessary, but it helps because it has additional methyl donors for the remethylation pathway. And we also need B2, vitamin B2 or riboflavin, because that assists the MTHFR enzyme. So without the B2, then we're even worse off as far as the MTHFR goes. And if you have that genetic variant, then it is critical that you get extra of these nutrients, but it's not enough, because if that's all you take, now you may get stuck in this loop created by the first pathway. So in addition to that, we need 3 more that support the second pathway, and that is vitamin B6 or pyridoxal phosphate, which is the active form of B6. There's an amino acid called L-serine that is super important, and we also want NAC, N-acetylcysteine. And there's one more pathway, actually. It's kind of like a 2B, where we can turn homocysteine directly into cysteine as well, but it depends on the same nutrients as the second pathway. So we still just need the active form of B6, and we need the amino acid L-serine for this to flow. And now, if we have those 7 nutrients, now the pathway could continue. And the whole point of this pathway is to create glutathione, which is the body's most important antioxidant. Is the antioxidant that we manufacture. It's our intracellular antioxidant effects. And this final product of this pathway, the glutathione, it depends on the nutrients from the second pathway, from the exit pathway. So we need glycine to drive this, but glycine we get from L-serine, which is one of the nutrients over on the side here. And we also need glutamate. But glutamate is not a rate limiting, it's not a bottleneck. We typically have plenty of glutamate. So the only thing really required is the L-serine, which we already have from this side of the pathway. And let me give you one more analogy of this, because it's so important that we understand we can't just do step 1, because step 1 is like a roundabout. This is the remethylation cycle. We have a bunch of traffic coming in, and the roundabout, the remethylation cycle, quickly fills up because nothing ever gets out, because the exit is blocked. We don't have the nutrients to drive traffic through the exit. So all that's happening is we're having homocysteine turn into methionine, back to homocysteine, and we're basically stuck with only those 4 nutrients. So the other half of the solution is that you don't just want to get from the entrance into the roundabout, you want to get through the roundabout. That's the whole point of a roundabout. So if we open up the exit, if we provide these extra nutrients, now we don't get this congestion in the roundabout. We have fewer cars, they're flowing beautifully because you can get in and you can get out. Now, worst case scenario would be that you have the MTHFR gene variant and you're deficient in these 4 nutrients in pink that drive first pathway. And if that's the case, if you're low in those vitamins, now you're going to have very inefficient, very deficient methylation in driving that cycle. So there's not really anything to effectively get rid of the homocysteine and turn it into methionine. So because of that, you will have high levels, very high increases of homocysteine. But if you take a supplement that provides those nutrients or some of those nutrients, now you're going to drive the first side of the cycle to some degree, but you're still deficient in the nutrients that drive the second part, the B6, the L-serine, and the N-acetylcysteine. So you're still going to have an increase, not as bad as in the first scenario, but you're still going to have elevated levels of homocysteine, and you're also not going to have the nutrients to drive the process through, the exit, to make glutathione. So you're going to be low in glutathione still. And this ties right into sign number 8, which is frequent headaches or sensations of pressure. Because now that you know how this works, how these different metabolites build up and are broken down, if we have high homocysteine, the elevated levels, like I mentioned, that's going to irritate the inside of blood vessels, the lining of blood vessels. And that's step 1 of creating heart disease. But we also noticed that if we can't complete these pathways, we're going to have reduced glutathione. And glutathione is our antioxidant, meaning if it's low, then we can't break down metabolic waste and byproduct and junk. So the waste is going to build up. And if we have reduced methylation, now that's going to create imbalanced signaling, especially as it affects the blood vessel constriction and dilation, the vasoconstriction, vasodilation. So now that's going to start affecting blood flow and circulation as well. So now we end up with altered circulation and increased oxidative stress, which then can create sensations of pressure and tension and recurring headaches. But if you understand how involved these, that's just one symptom. If you understand how involved these pathways are with some of the most fundamental aspects of health, then you understand how important this is, that it's not just about 1 or 2 odd symptoms. And sign number 9 is if you have pale skin, because B vitamins support the production of red blood cells, the maturation of red blood cells. And we need both B6 and B12 for that to happen in a timely fashion. So if we have a lack of conversion of B vitamins, or if we have a lack of intake, now we can't make red blood cells, and we're going to have a decrease in oxygen carrying capacity, and therefore a decrease in oxygen delivery to the body's tissues. And of course, oxygen is what makes the blood look deep red. That's why the deoxygenated blood, the venous blood going back to the heart, appears a little more bluish. And therefore, with less oxygen, we're going to have a pale appearance. With fewer red blood cells, we're going to have a pale appearance. But you're also going to experience a lack of energy, because without oxygen, you can't make energy. And sign number 10 is very central to this whole discussion. It's if you have an increase in homocysteine. And by now you know that it takes 7 nutrients in the proper balance to support both pathways, to handle both the remethylation and the exit pathway, so we can get out of that roundabout. And that is the only way, if we handle both pathways, that we can get complete homocysteine support. And other than the signs that we talk about in this video, the clearest way is to test your homocysteine on the blood.
To je silná informace,
As
obidva.
important and as simple as it is rarely done. But make sure you get it done and pay for it out of pocket if you have to. I can put a link down below for some blood work that we provide. And a healthy level is between 5 and 7. That's optimal. If you are between 7 and 10, that's still sort of okay, but not fantastic. If you're between 10 and 15, that is too high, but very often is still not going to set off any flags or alerts on your blood work. And then if you're very high And we very often see this in people with poor metabolic health, poor diet, and an MTHFR variant. We can see numbers not only over 20, but they can get in the 30s and even higher. And when I started diving deeper into these pathways a few years ago, to my astonishment, there was no supplement that provided all these 7 nutrients and that would completely handle both pathways.
Co si za kokockú
So I
stánku?
created one under my name brand Uvexia. It's called U-Methyl B, and I'll put a link down below if you need to get it. If you enjoyed this video, you're going to love that one. And if you truly want to master health by understanding how the body really works, make sure you subscribe, hit that bell, and turn on all the notifications so you never miss a life-saving video.
Life-saving. Life-saving video. Great stuff. Je niekde live? Pochybujem. Sú iba tieto. Dali golden bitches zo. Odkiaľ zoma je to čepka? Z Košic. Má 1,90 m, to je oba. Čerepka to tam naťukal. No, som ho začal dobre. Dali jedného Fagana. I guess oslavujú. Dali Fagana. A dostali Fagana naspäť, ale.
Ten years ago, I walked into the emergency department thinking I understood burnout. I'd seen colleagues break down in the staff room. I'd watched registrars hand in their notice after brutal on-call sessions. I assumed burnout was what happened when you worked too many hours, you took on too many patients, you stayed too late. But I was wrong. I was completely wrong, because burnout doesn't start when you collapse. It starts months, sometimes years before you feel anything. It builds silently in your body like arterial plaque, like insulin resistance, like the slow creep of chronic inflammation. By the time you notice the exhaustion, the emotional flatness, the inability to focus, your biology has already been failing for a long time. I'm Dr. Alex, I'm an emergency medicine doctor, and after nearly 10 years on the A&E front line, watching what ruins people's health, I'm now creating systems to help you perform, think, and live like the top 1%. What I started noticing over the years, it wasn't just that some people burnt out and others didn't. It was that the people who never burnt out weren't working less. They weren't less ambitious, they weren't taking it easy. They were doing something fundamentally different with their daily behaviour, and their bodies revealed it before their schedules ever did. This video is about what those people do differently. Not productivity hacks, not biohacking protocols, not extreme discipline or ruthless time management. What I'm talking about is something much simpler and much more powerful. It's what I call the 1% health rule. It's the concept that tiny, repeated daily behaviours compound over time to either protect or destroy your brain, your heart, your hormones, and your immune system. The people who never burn out don't do more, they don't do harder, they do differently, and their biology proves it. So over the next half an hour, 45 minutes, or an hour, however long this video takes, I'm going to show you the hidden biomarkers, the physiological patterns, and the daily micro-behaviours of patients I've seen who remain sharp, calm, and energized even in crisis. You'll see why burnout isn't a feeling, but a measurable biological breakdown. You'll learn the 3 silent biomarkers that predict burnout before you feel tired, and you'll understand why most people fail at staying healthy, not because they lack motivation, but because they're fighting biology instead of working with it. But before we get into any of that, we need to redefine what burnout actually is. Because most people talk about burnout like it's a mood. They say things like, I'm so burnt out, the way they say, I'm having a bad day. Well, that's a fundamental misunderstanding of what's happening inside your body. Chapter 1, burnout isn't a feeling, it's a physiology. So the World Health Organization doesn't define burnout as emotional exhaustion. They define it as energy depletion and chronic dysregulation of stress response systems. Those aren't soft terms, they're describing a biological state. Burnout is when your hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, or the HPA axis, stops functioning properly. This is the system that controls your cortisol, your energy regulation, your sleep-wake cycle, and your ability to recover from stress. When that system breaks down, you don't just feel tired, your body loses its ability to produce energy efficiently. Your blood sugar becomes unstable, your immune system starts misfiring, your memory deteriorates, your cardiovascular system starts showing signs of chronic strain. The thing is, People assume burnout means high cortisol. They think stress equals cortisol flooding your system constantly. That's not what the research shows. Burnout is actually characterized by something called cortisol rhythm collapse. Your cortisol isn't necessarily high, it's flat. You lose the peaks and the troughs that should happen throughout the day in most people. You wake up with low cortisol when it should be high. You go to bed with high cortisol still circulating when it should be low. A study from the Mayo Clinic tracked thousands of professionals over several years. They measured cortisol patterns using salivary samples throughout the day. What they found was really interesting. People with flattened cortisol curves, meaning their cortisol didn't vary much from morning to evening, were 5 times more likely to develop chronic disease and burnout compared to people with normal cortisol rhythms. Now, let me just explain what that means practically. So, your body is designed to operate on variability. You should have high cortisol in the morning to wake you up, give you energy, help you focus. Throughout the day, it should decline gradually. And by evening, it should be low so melatonin can rise to help you sleep. That oscillation is health. When that oscillation disappears, when your cortisol is just moderately elevated all day with no real peaks or troughs, your body can't differentiate between waking and sleeping, between stress and rest, between action and recovery. This is why people in burnout often say they're tired but wired. They're exhausted but they can't sleep. They're anxious but they're numb. Their biology is stuck in a state that's neither fully on nor fully off. Now, the other concept I need you to understand is the difference between energy autonomy and energy debt. People who aren't burnt out generate energy internally through sleep, through metabolic health, through regulated blood sugar, through mitochondrial function. They have energy autonomy. People in burnout are constantly borrowing energy. Caffeine to wake up, sugar to push through the afternoon, scrolling to stimulate dopamine, adrenaline to meet deadlines. That's energy debt. The problem with energy debt is that it compounds. Just like the financial debt that we all have, the more you borrow, the more interest you pay, and the harder it is to ever get out. Your body starts requiring more and more external stimulation just to feel baseline normal. Burnout doesn't happen suddenly. It happens when energy recovery fails. When the daily inputs of rest, rhythm, and repair stop being sufficient to offset the daily outputs of stress, work, and emotional load. And by the time you notice, you've been in deficit for months. So when I talk about people who never burn out, I'm not talking about people
Toto má 0,30.
I'm talking about people whose bodies still know how to return from it. And that brings me to something most people completely misunderstand about health. We're told that big changes create big results, that transformation requires dramatic action. New year, new you, complete overhaul, total reset. But that's not how your biology actually works. Chapter 2, the compounding health curve, why 1% matters. So people want transformation. They want the overhaul, the reset, the complete system change. That's why diets fail. That's why New Year's resolutions fail. That's why people sign up for intense workout programs and quit by February. Big dramatic change feels motivating at the start, but it's metabolically unsustainable. Your body doesn't work on revolutions, it works on compound interest. There's a mathematical principle I show to every patient who tells me they want to start from scratch. If you improve by just 1% every day for a year, you don't get 365% better, which sounds like a lot. You get 3,700% better. The maths is 1.01 raised to the power of 365. The result is 37.8. On the other hand, if you decline by 1% every day, 0.99 to the power of 365, you end up at 0.03, which is essentially zero. That's a 1,260-fold difference between someone improving by tiny margins and someone declining by tiny margins. Now, you might think that sounds abstract, but this is exactly how biology works. Inflammation doesn't appear overnight. It builds slowly. Silently elevated inflammatory markers for weeks become metabolic syndrome over months. Metabolic syndrome becomes insulin resistance. Insulin resistance becomes type 2 diabetes, hypertension, and then cardiovascular disease, which is one of the biggest killers we have in the world. Sleep loss compounds in the same way.
Už jim to klesá, už jim to klesá.
You're fine. The 7 bad nights,
Už od takéhoto času
you've not
zvykli mať
lived
8
through many
000.
deaths, emotional
Majú
reactions,
iba, už
difficulty
stratili tých,
concentrating.
minimálne 1000
30 bad
stratili.
nights, and you're dealing with mood dysregulation,
Which is,
impaired immune function, and increased risk of depression. Cortisol dysregulation follows the same pattern again. A few days of elevated cortisol and your body compensates. A few months and you start developing insulin resistance again. Your blood pressure creeps up, your ability to recover from stress diminishes, your thyroid function starts to slow. And I had a patient a few years ago, mid-40s, he was a successful architect. He came into A&E with chest pain. He'd been feeling fine until that morning. No prior symptoms, no warning signs, except when we ran his blood tests, his HbA1c was pre-diabetic. His liver enzymes were elevated. His cholesterol was borderline. His blood pressure was normal/high. He wasn't sick that day. He'd been getting sick for years. His body had been failing in tiny increments, and he never noticed because the decline was gradual enough that he adapted to it, until suddenly he couldn't. And that's the reality of health. You don't wake up one day and find yourself chronically ill. You wake up one day and finally notice what's been happening for a long time. The reason the 1% health rule matters is because health isn't built by doing extreme things once in a while. It's built by never stopping the small things, and this is really important. The people who never burn out aren't the ones doing a month-long cleanse or training for an ultramarathon or a triathlon. They're the ones who go to bed at roughly the same time every night, who eat protein with breakfast every morning, who take a walk after lunch, who have a 10-minute ritual before bed. Now, those behaviors sound quite boring. They don't make for dramatic Instagram content, but they compound, and over months, over years, they create a completely different physiological state than someone who's constantly swinging between extremes. Your body doesn't care about your intentions, it cares about patterns. And patterns, repeated daily, become biology. Which raises an important question. If burnout is this slow building physiological breakdown, how do you actually know it's happening before it's too late? Because by the time you feel burnt out, you're already months into the process. Well, it turns out your body starts sending you signals long before you notice anything's wrong. Chapter 3, the 3 silent biomarkers of burnout. So burnout is often invisible in how you feel, but it's completely visible in your biology. Long before you notice the exhaustion, the emotional numbness, the inability to focus, your body is already showing signs. The problem is that most people don't know what to look for. There are 3 biomarkers that predict burnout earlier than any subjective symptom. I've seen these patterns in blood tests, in wearable data, in clinical assessments, and they show up consistently in people who are heading towards collapse. The first one is blood sugar volatility. Not high blood sugar, not diabetes, just instability. Your blood sugar shouldn't be spiking and crashing throughout the day. It should be relatively stable with gentle rises after meals and gradual declines as energy is used. When your blood sugar swings wildly, from high after eating to low an hour later, your body interprets that as a stress signal. Every time blood sugar drops sharply, your adrenal glands release cortisol and adrenaline to bring it back up. That's a survival mechanism. It works perfectly when you're genuinely in danger. It works terribly when it's happening 6 times a day because of what you're eating. And now, a study from Stanford tracked people's glucose levels continuously using monitors, and they asked them to rate their mood and anxiety throughout the day. And what they found was that people with unstable glucose had 38% more irritability, anxiety, and emotional reactivity compared to people with stable glucose, even when their average blood sugar was identical. This is why people feel anxious mid-morning and irritable mid-afternoon.
Oh, fuck. Nič, dáme si mixované foodio ešte do nosa. Mix foodio.
and assume it's just stress. It's not just stress, it's metabolic. Your blood sugar dropped, your cortisol spiked to compensate, and now your body is in this low level fight or flight state. The second biomarker is heart rate variability, or HRV. Now, this is one of the most powerful measures of stress resilience we have. HRV measures the variation in time between each heartbeat. If your heart beats 60 beats per minute, it's not beating exactly once per second. There's variation. One beat might be 0.95 seconds, the next 1.05 seconds, the next 1.02 seconds. Higher variability is good. It means your nervous system is flexible. Your parasympathetic system, the rest and digest system, is functioning well. You can shift between states easily. Low HRV means your nervous system is rigid. You're stuck in sympathetic dominance, fight or flight mode, and your body can't relax even when it should. Low HRV is linked to burnout, anxiety, chronic inflammation, and emotional rigidity. People with low HRV are more likely to overreact to minor stresses, struggle with sleep, and have difficulty regulating emotions. And the thing is, HRV declines long before you feel burnt out. You can measure it weeks and months before symptoms appear. The third biomarker is the cortisol awakening response, or CAR. Now, this measures how much your cortisol rises in the first 30 minutes after waking.
What is this?
In a healthy system, cortisol should spike by 50 to 65%
Oh,
within an
fuck.
hour of waking. That surge gives you energy, clarity, motivation. It's your body's natural alarm clock. In burnout, that surge doesn't happen. Cortisol stays flat. You wake up and your body doesn't have the resources to produce the energy you need to start the day. That's why people in burnout describe feeling exhausted the moment they open their eyes, even after 8 hours of sleep. A flattened cortisol awakening response is one of the most consistent findings in burnout research. It shows that the HPA axis is fatigued. Your adrenal glands are still functioning, but they're not responding properly to the signals anymore. Your body has essentially given up trying to keep up. Now, what's interesting is that people who never burn out don't necessarily have perfect biomarkers. They don't have flawless glucose control or maximal HRV or ideal cortisol curves. What they have is predictable rhythms. Their blood sugar follows a consistent pattern. Their HRV might not be sky high, but it's stable. Their cortisol awakening response happens reliably every morning. That's the insight. Health isn't about performance necessarily, it's about rhythm. Your body doesn't need perfection, it needs predictability. And once you understand that, everything about burnout prevention starts to make sense. Chapter 4, Rhythm, the real secret of energy that never crashes. Okay, so here's what I've learned from watching thousands of people work themselves to the edge. Most people think burnout happens because they're doing too much. That's not entirely wrong, but it's incomplete. Burnout happens when you're living without rhythm. Your body runs on oscillating systems. Hormones rise and fall. Body temperature fluctuates. Sleep and wakefulness cycle through each other. Digestion speeds up and slows down. Immune function strengthens at night and weakens during the day. Cognitive performance peaks in the morning and then dips in the afternoon. None of this is random. It's all coordinated by your circadian rhythm, which is essentially a 24-hour biological clock that's controlled by a cluster of neurons in your hypothalamus called the suprachiasmatic nucleus. Now, this clock synchronizes every cell in your body. Your liver cells know what time it is. Your muscle cells know what time it is. Your immune cells know what time it is. They all operate on cycles. And when those cycles are consistent, your body functions efficiently. When those cycles are disrupted, everything starts to break down. Now, think of it like an orchestra. Every instrument plays different notes at different times, but they're all following the same conductor. If the conductor disappears, or if the musicians start ignoring the conductor and start playing whenever they feel like it, you don't get music, you just get noise. Now, cortisol, melatonin, insulin, adrenaline, growth hormone, all of these depend on timing, not effort. You can't force melatonin to rise by trying harder. You can't override cortisol rhythm with willpower. These systems respond to external cues, which are light, food, temperature, and activity. Now, the reason high performers often burn out at some point isn't because they lack discipline, it's because they break that rhythm. They work late one night, they wake early the next morning, they skip meals to stay productive, they drink coffee at random times, they go to bed whenever they finish working. Each one of those behaviors sends conflicting signals to your circadian rhythm. Your body basically doesn't know when to produce cortisol, when to release melatonin, when to expect food, and when to repair tissue. So it stops optimizing for any of it. This is where the 1% rule becomes biological, not just philosophical. People who never burn out maintain micro-consistency in their daily rhythm. They wake roughly at the same time every day, within about 40 minutes. They get morning light exposure within an hour of waking. They eat at predictable times. They go to bed roughly at the same time. They have daily recovery rituals that signal to their body when it's time to shift states.
Fuck
I've
off.
worked with plenty of A&E consultants who manage 12-hour shifts, night shifts, unpredictable trauma cases, constant adrenaline, and yet some of them never burnt out. Not because they worked less, but because they had rhythm outside of work. One consultant I knew would finish a night shift, drive home, immediately get 20 minutes of daylight exposure, even if it meant standing in his garden in the cold. He'd eat the same breakfast, sleep at the same time, regardless of when his shift ended, and wake at the same time the next day. He didn't control his work schedule, but he controlled his body's rhythm, and that made all the difference. Most people do the opposite. They let their schedule dictate their biology. They wake up at different times depending on when they need to be somewhere. They eat whenever they get a chance. They go to bed whenever they finish their tasks. That's not flexibility, that's chaos, and your body interprets that chaos as threat. The single most powerful thing you can do to protect yourself from burnout isn't to reduce stress, it's to impose rhythm on your daily behavior so your body knows what to expect and when. And there's something else rhythm affects, something most people never connect to their physical health at all. They think it's purely mental, purely psychological, but it turns out that what we call anxiety is often just another symptom of disrupted rhythm and metabolic chaos. Chapter 5, anxiety isn't mental, it's metabolic. So anxiety is almost always treated as a psychological condition. People go to therapy, they learn cognitive behavioral techniques, they try mindfulness, and those things help. They're great. But for many people, anxiety isn't starting in their minds, it's starting in their metabolism. There's a study from UCLA that tracked people who self-reported anxiety episodes throughout the day. Researchers asked them to wear continuous glucose monitors and log every time they felt anxious. What they found was that 85% of anxiety episodes were preceded by glucose instability. Not low blood sugar, not high blood sugar, instability. What happens physiologically is this. You eat something that spikes your blood sugar rapidly. Your pancreas then releases insulin to bring it back down. But sometimes what happens is that insulin overshoots. Your blood sugar drops too quickly. Your body interprets that rapid drop as danger. And in response, your adrenal glands release cortisol and adrenaline to bring that blood sugar back up. That's a life-saving mechanism if you're starving. But if it's happening because you had a pastry and a coffee for breakfast, your body doesn't know the difference. It just knows that your blood sugar is crashing and it needs to fix it. The problem is that cortisol and adrenaline don't just raise blood sugar, they also increase your heart rate. They trigger hypervigilance, they create muscle tension, and they generate the exact physical sensation we call anxiety. So you feel anxious. You assume it's because you're stressed about work or worried about something, or just generally anxious. You don't realize your body is responding to a metabolic event. This is also why coffee on an empty stomach causes what I call false anxiety. Caffeine stimulates cortisol and adrenaline release. If you haven't eaten, your blood sugar is already low from fasting overnight. Now you're adding a cortisol spike without giving your body any glucose to stabilize with. The result is jitteriness, anxiety, irritability. People blame the coffee, but coffee after a protein-rich breakfast just doesn't do that. It's not the caffeine necessarily, it's the metabolic context of everything together. The connection between cortisol, insulin, adrenaline, and emotional regulation is so tight that treating anxiety purely
Slow anticipation market.
isn't half the picture. In many cases, stabilizing blood sugar eliminates anxiety without any psychological intervention. Now, I've had plenty of patients who come in describing panic attacks, constant worry, or inability to focus. We run the blood test, but we find nothing pathological. But when you ask about their eating
Vítaj,
patterns,
Stefanovič.
they're skipping breakfast, having sugary snacks mid-morning, drinking multiple coffees, eating large carbohydrate-heavy lunches, crashing in the afternoon, reaching for more sugar, and then having dinner late at night.
Vítaj,
Now,
cíť sa ako
these
doma,
patients, we
chlapina.
didn't change anything about their workload or their stress level.
Si doma.
We just stabilized their meals. Protein with every meal, a slower release carbohydrates, consistent eating times, no long gaps without food. Within 2 weeks, their anxiety was 70% better. Now, that's not to say that all anxiety is metabolic, but a significant portion of what people experience as mental stress is actually their body responding to blood sugar volatility, cortisol deregulation, and inflammation. As I've said before, people who never burn out don't manage stress better in a mental sense.
Takže máme
They manage
Stefanoviča.
metabolic stability, so stress never hijacks their emotional system in the first place. But even with perfect rhythm and stable blood sugar, there's still one piece missing, because stress itself isn't the problem. We're designed to handle stress. The problem is what happens after the stress, or more specifically, what doesn't happen. Chapter 6, the recovery gap, the habit that saves you from burnout. So most people treat recovery like it's optional, something you do after you're exhausted, a reward for working hard, a luxury you can skip when you're busy. Now that's a fundamental misunderstanding of how stress works in biology. Recovery isn't optional, it's a biological requirement. Without it, stress accumulates in your system the same way toxins would if your liver stopped detoxifying. Now, there's a concept in physiology called allostatic load. Allostasis is your body's ability to adapt to stress.
Kedy bude mať 20?
Allostatic load is the cost your body pays.
Takže máš
to
7
maintain
mesiacov,
adaptation. So every time
aby si
you
skúsil
experience
nájsť na
stress, your
171.
body mounts a response. Cortisol rises, heart rate increases, blood pressure goes up, immune function
Vidíme ten
blood sugar
rozdiel.
elevates.
Delphi má
That response
171,
is
jumping
perfect
rate
for
4.
short-term threats, but it's metabolically expensive. Your body is
Right.
diverting resources away from digestion,
Stefanovič, to je úplný,
immune
to je úplný
surveillance,
král.
and memory consolidation to deal with the immediate stressor. If recovery happens, your body
On má iba
clears the
170
cortisol,
cm,
brings
má
heart
nejakú
rate
Delphi a
back down,
jumping rate
restores blood
13.
pressure, shifts immune function back to baseline, and resumes normal maintenance. The cost is paid and balance is restored. Now, if recovery doesn't happen, if the next stressor arrives before the first one is fully cleared, the cost compounds. Your cortisol stays elevated, your blood pressure stays high, your immune system stays suppressed, your digestion stays impaired. That's what we call allostatic load. It's the cumulative wear and tear on your body from chronic stress without sufficient recovery. And when allostatic load exceeds your body's capacity to manage it, you burn out. Not because you experienced too much stress, but because you never cleared it. And the thing is, recovery isn't about doing nothing. It's active. Deep breathing increases your heart rate variability and activates your parasympathetic neuron system within minutes. Daylight exposure increases serotonin and regulates your circadian rhythm. Movement clears cortisol and reduces inflammatory cytokines. Sleep consolidates memory and repairs tissue damage. These aren't passive processes. Your body has to actively engage recovery mechanisms. And those mechanisms don't turn on automatically. They require specific inputs. One study tracked cortisol levels in office workers throughout the day. Half of them took 10-minute breathing breaks every 2 hours, just slow, diaphragmatic breathing. The other half didn't. By the end of the day, the group that took the breathing breaks had 17 to 25% higher HRV and significantly lower cortisol compared to baseline. The group that didn't take breaks had elevated cortisol that stayed high even after work ended. Another study looked at the effect of 20 minutes of daylight exposure in the morning. Serotonin levels increased by 130% on average. Mood improved. Alertness improved. Sleep quality that night improved. Walking after meals reduces cortisol by 18% compared to sitting. Just 10 minutes of walking. That's not even exercise. That's just movement as stress clearance. The people who never burn out don't avoid stress. They ensure stress always ends. They build recovery into their daily rhythm, not as something that happens when they have time, but as something that happens regardless. Burnout happens when recovery stops being part of your daily rhythm. when you start believing you don't have time for it, or you'll do it later, or you'll catch up on the weekend. You can't catch up on recovery the same way you can catch up on breathing.
Vicente
Your body
poklesal.
is clearing stress hormones, repairing tissue, consolidating memory, and regulating mood every single day. If those processes get delayed or skipped, the deficit builds, and eventually your system collapses. Now, you might be thinking, this all makes sense, but how do I actually build these rhythms? How do I make sure I do these things consistently? And that's where most people get it wrong. They try to rely on motivation. They wait until they feel like doing it. They assume discipline is the answer. But motivation is one of the most unreliable forces in human behavior. Chapter 7, Why Motivation is a Terrible Health Strategy. So people assume that individuals who stay healthy, who maintain energy, who never burn out, must be more motivated. They must have more discipline, more willpower, more drive. But that's not what the science shows. Motivation is one of the least reliable forces in human behavior. It's emotion-based, which means it fluctuates. It's dopamine-driven, which means it's subject to tolerance and depletion. It's context-dependent, which means it disappears the moment your environment changes. Now, motivation is what gets you to start, but it's not what keeps you going. Habit formation, on the other hand, happens in a completely different part of your brain. Motivation is controlled by the prefrontal cortex and the limbic system, areas involved in decision-making and emotion. Habits are controlled by the basal ganglia and the dorsolateral striatum, areas involved in automatic behavior and pattern recognition. Now, when a behavior becomes a habit, it no longer requires motivation. It requires a cue. You see the cue, your brain recognizes the pattern, and the behavior executes without conscious decision. This is why people who never burn out aren't more disciplined. They've simply built their lives around cues that trigger healthy behaviors automatically. They don't decide every morning whether to get sunlight exposure. They just step outside with their coffee because that's what they do every morning.
Davide,
They don't decide whether to go for a walk after lunch. They finish eating and their body expects movement because that's the pattern. The neurological principle behind this is called context-dependent memory. Your brain links behaviors to environmental cues. At the same time, same place, same preceding action. After enough repetitions, the cue becomes sufficient to trigger
It's
the
fine,
behavior
it's
without any
fine.
conscious effort. This is how you brush your teeth without thinking about it. You finish eating, you go to the bathroom, you pick up your toothbrush. You're not motivated to brush your teeth, you're cued. The same principle applies to every health behavior. If you eat breakfast at the same time every day, your body starts producing ghrelin and other digestive enzymes at the same time automatically. If you exercise at the same time every day, your body starts increasing heart rate and mobilizing energy stores at the same time in anticipation. You're not relying on willpower, you're relying on biology. The people who never burn out have fewer decisions to make because they remove decisions from their daily routine. They don't think about whether to sleep at the same time. They don't deliberate over whether to take a break. They don't weigh the pros and cons of going for a walk. They build rhythms that make those behaviors automatic. And because they're automatic, they never get skipped. This is why motivation fails. You wake up one morning and you're tired. Motivation says, skip the walk today, whereas rhythm says, it's 10 a.m., I always walk at 10 a.m. One requires a decision, the other doesn't. So your goal shouldn't be to become more motivated. Your goal should be to need less motivation because your environment, your schedule, and your cues make healthy behaviors the path of least resistance. And there's one behavior in particular that most people...
Čo má Sergej problém? Prečo podáva taký
They
šelijaký
think it's
výkon?
about fitness, about looking good, about physical performance. But movement is actually one of the most powerful tools for preventing burnout. And it has almost nothing to do with exercise as most people think of it. Chapter 8, movement as energy regulation, not fitness. Most people exercise for the wrong reasons. They exercise for weight loss, for aesthetics, for fitness. Those are fine goals, but they are secondary to the real value of movement. So movement is your body's primary stress clearance system. When you experience stress, your
Prečo
body
má Sergej
produces
také problémy?
cortisol, adrenaline, and inflammatory cytokines. Those molecules serve a purpose. They mobilize energy, increase alertness, and prepare you for action. But once the stressor passes, they need to be cleared. Your body doesn't just
Jest taka
reabsorb them
konsystencja.
passively. It requires physical movement
that's
to
a problem.
metabolize them efficiently. Now, this is why sitting after a stressful meeting makes you feel worse. The
That's a
cortisol
problem.
and adrenaline are still circulating in your body. Your muscles are tense, your heart rate is elevated, your body is ready for action, but you're immobile. Now, that creates a physiological mismatch. Walking after that same meeting clears cortisol by up to 40% compared to sitting. Not intense exercise, just walking. Your muscles contract, your circulation increases, your breathing deepens. Those mechanical actions signal to your body that the stressor has passed and it's safe to return to baseline. Movement also improves.
Ja, svega ma
mitochondrial
10
function.
konzistenciju.
Now, mitochondria are the organelles in your cells that produce ATP, the energy currency in your body
It's a
that
problem.
everybody talks about. When mitochondria function poorly, you produce less energy, accumulate more oxidative stress, and experience more fatigue. Now, exercise, even light exercise, stimulates mitochondrial biogenesis. Your body creates new mitochondria. Your existing mitochondria become more efficient. And the result is better energy production, less metabolic waste, and greater resilience to stress. Movement also reduces inflammatory cytokines like interleukin-6 and TNF-alpha. These molecules are elevated in chronic stress, burnout, depression, and most chronic diseases. They impair cognitive function, disrupt sleep, and increase pain sensitivity. Now, exercise lowers them, not because you're burning them off, but because movement activates anti-inflammatory pathways in your body. Your immune system shifts from a pro-inflammatory state to a regulatory state. There's also brain-derived neurotrophic factor, or BDNF. Now, this is a protein that supports neuron growth, protects against neurodegeneration, and improves learning and memory. Exercise increases BDNF levels significantly. People who move regularly have better cognitive function, better mood regulation, and lower rates of cognitive decline as they age. But the key insight here is this: movement doesn't need to be intense to be effective. Most people burn out because they think movement means workouts. They think if they don't have an hour for the gym, then there's no point. But that's not how biology works. 3 minutes of stair walking improves insulin sensitivity. Walking
Kogo tam to už
lowers
servla.
cortisol. Stretching breaks in the office lowers adrenaline.
Se
Standing
bedel
desk
ako
reduces
jebovia.
metabolic dysfunction. Now, the 1% rule in movement isn't about exercising intensely. It's about moving frequently. Small bouts of movement throughout the day compound into significant metabolic and neurological benefits over time. People who never burn out don't necessarily train harder, they just move more often. They take the stairs, they walk while they think, they stretch between tasks, they stand during calls. Those micro movements don't feel significant in the moment, but they prevent the accumulation of stress hormones, maintain mitochondrial function, and they keep inflammatory markers low. And at the end of the day, movement isn't fitness, it's energy regulation. And energy regulation is what prevents burnout. But there's one factor that's even more powerful than movement, more powerful than sleep, more powerful than almost any physiological variable when it comes to burnout prevention. And most people have no idea how critical it is. Chapter 9 is the social buffer. Why you burn out faster alone. There's one predictor of burnout that's stronger than workload, stronger than sleep, stronger than almost any physiological variable, and that's isolation. Loneliness increases cortisol by 28 to 40% on average. It reduces heart rate variability, it increases inflammatory markers, it impairs immune function, it disrupts your sleep, it accelerates cognitive decline. Socially isolated individuals have higher rates of cardiovascular disease, high rates of depression, high rates of anxiety, and shorter lifespans compared to people with strong social connections, even when controlling for other health behaviors. This isn't just correlation. There are clear physiological mechanisms to all of this. The social connection triggers oxytocin release, which lowers cortisol, reduces blood pressure, and improves your mood. Oxytocin also enhances vagal tone, the activity of the vagus nerve, which regulates your parasympathetic nervous system and supports recovery from stress. And there was a really interesting study which measured cortisol recovery after a stressor in 2 different groups. One group went through the stressor alone. The other group had a friend present, even if the friend didn't say or do anything. The group with the social support recovered cortisol twice as fast as the isolated group. That's emotional buffering. The presence of another person, particularly somebody you trust, signals safety to your nervous system. Your body interprets social connection as evidence that you're not in danger, which allows your stress response to turn off. The opposite is also true. Chronic loneliness signals to your body that you're vulnerable, unsupported, and at risk. Your stress response stays activated. Your immune system shifts into a pro-inflammatory state because your body assumes you're in a hostile environment. And this is why people who work alone, who live alone, who don't have regular social contact, burn out faster, even if their workload isn't objectively higher. They're carrying every stressor without the buffering effect of social support. The people who never burn out don't necessarily have easier lives. They have stronger relational scaffolding. They have people that check in with them regularly. They have conversations that aren't about work. They have shared meals, shared activities, shared moments of calm.
We got you.
And those connections don't need to be profound. The 1% rule in social connection isn't about deep, transformative relationships. It's about consistent, low-stakes contact. Sending a message to someone, having a brief conversation, eating lunch with a colleague instead of at your own desk on your own, walking with a friend instead of being alone, calling someone instead of texting. All of those small interactions compound and they create a sense of belonging, which lowers baseline cortisol. They create predictability, which increases feelings of safety. They create reciprocity, which reinforces that you're not carrying everything alone. And one of the most consistent findings in longevity research is that people with strong social ties live longer and healthier lives, independent of every other variable. Not because social connection prevents disease directly, but because it buffers against the physiological cost of the stress. Burnout often starts when you start carrying everything alone, when you stop reaching out, when you convince yourself that you don't have time for connection, or that asking for support is weakness, or that you'll deal with people once you're less busy. But isolation makes stress worse. It amplifies cortisol, it reduces recovery, it increases allostatic load. The very thing you're avoiding because you're too stressed is the thing that would reduce your stress. People who never burn out don't isolate. They maintain connection even when they're busy, especially when they're busy, because they understand that connection isn't a distraction from work. It's a buffer against the damage work can cause. So let me bring this all together because we've covered a lot of ground here. And what I want to do now is give you something practical, something you can actually use starting today. Chapter 10, the 1% health rule blueprints. We've covered burnout as a physiological breakdown, not just exhaustion. Compound health and why small behaviors matter more than dramatic changes. The 3 biomarkers that predict burnout before you feel it. Rhythm as the foundation of energy. Metabolism as the root cause of anxiety. Recovery as a daily requirement. Habit as more reliable than motivation. Movement as stress clearance. Social connection as a biological buffer. So now, let me give you the framework. This is the 1% health rule blueprint. These are the daily micro behaviors that compound into a completely different physiological state over time. First, sleep and light rhythm. Wake at roughly the same time every day within about 40 minutes. Get morning sunlight within an hour of waking, even if it's cloudy, even if it's brief. That light exposure resets your circadian rhythm, increases serotonin, and sets your cortisol curve for the day. In the evening, reduce bright light exposure, particularly blue light. Your body interprets bright light as daytime, which suppresses melatonin. Dim your environment after sunset. This isn't about perfection, it's just about giving your body consistent cues so it knows when to be awake and when to prepare for sleep. The second thing is blood sugar stability. Eat protein with breakfast, not just carbohydrates, not just coffee, because protein stabilizes blood sugar, it reduces cortisol spikes, and it sustains energy. Avoid long gaps without eating. If you go more than 4 to 5 hours without food, your blood sugar drops, your cortisol rises, and your body enters a stress state. So eat at predictable times. Your digestive system, your insulin response, your hunger hormones, all of these anticipate food based on your eating pattern. Consistency improves metabolic efficiency. The third thing is movement. Walk after meals, even for 10 minutes.
Ja si povedal, idem zláhnuť, som unavený jak diel.
Clears cortisol and aids digestion. The movement breaks. Take movement breaks throughout the day. Stand during calls, stretch between tasks, walk while you think. These micro movements prevent stress hormone accumulation and maintain mitochondrial function. You don't need a workout. You need frequent, low-intensity movement distributed throughout your day. The fourth thing on our list is stress stopper rituals. Build in brief moments of active recovery. Deep breathing for 5 minutes, a short walk outside, stretching. These aren't luxuries. They're physiological interventions that increase HRV, lower your cortisol, and restore emotional regulation. The goal here isn't relaxation. The goal is clearing the stress response so it doesn't compound. Fifth, social anchors. Maintain consistent, low-stakes social contact. Just message someone, have a brief conversation, eat a meal with another person, walk with a friend. These interactions buffer stress. They lower your baseline cortisol and create a sense of safety. Connection isn't something you do when you have time. It's something you maintain because it makes you more resilient to everything else. A sixth is evening shutdown sequence. Reduce stimulation before bed. No intense conversation, no stressful content, no bright screens. And this is because your body needs a buffer between activity and sleep. Create a predictable pre-sleep routine. Same time, same sequence. Your brain learns the pattern and starts producing melatonin in anticipation. None of these behaviors are dramatic. None of them require hours of time. None of them depend on motivation. They're cues, rhythms, and patterns that align with your biology instead of fighting it. The people who never burn out aren't doing more. They're doing differently. They've built daily rhythms that protect their cortisol regulation, their blood sugar stability, their HRV, their circadian rhythm, and their social connection. Those rhythms compound over months and years into a completely different physiological state. You don't need to overhaul your life. You need to impose rhythm on parts of your life that are currently chaotic. And you need to do it consistently, not perfectly, because biology doesn't reward perfection, it rewards predictability. So,
Okay.
that was a big video. And thank you so much for watching. Now, if this resonated with you, then leave a comment below and let me know which of these principles you're going to start with. And if you want more content on health optimization, performance, and longevity grounded in actual science rather than
I know.
wellness trends, then subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next video.
I don't. To sme záchod, to mám 8 minút, pripáme sa na to. Pripáme sa. Dobre, dobre. Spectral oversvetelník. Viem, že podľa všetkého nemajú cenu. Ja nemám cenu. Cordial Warblade, Creeping Duma. There we go. Môžem sa pripraviť na toto. Poďme ich rozraziť. Very good. Okay, very good. Oh. Good. Okay, we good.
Would you like?
Poďme Kaugi.
The horses are great horses.
Ideme
They
tam.
flow.
Prišiel čas, chlape. Oh shit. Zavrel som. Zavrel som. Fine. It's fine. It can happen. Tuším, že Northern Wet Plantation je ešte lepšie na to. Aha. Northern Wet Plantation je ešte lepšie, že? Yeah, let's go there. Nie, Floyd, ešte lepšie. Pozrieť. Není. Toto je ideálna vec, to sme hneď tu. No, to tam nepomôže. To je samozrejme zatiaľ je to extrémne zlé. A to bude sa javia ako rekordná nižšia suma. Jedno, že by ich spasilo niečo. Není ešte out? Jo. Jediné, čo tu pomôže, je, ak by táto goldbox sa dala niečo másne, lebo sme, ako to je manko, jak dielo, to musí padnúť minimálne 5, ak nepadne 5, je koniec. Dobre, padlo 5, takže teraz sa to dá zobra vykumulovalo, aby to no táto goldbox sa musí znova osvedčiť, minimálne 5. 1, fuck. Táto goldbox sa neosvedčila. Tuto niekde má byť ďalší. Tuto nejde. Oh fuck. Má ďalšiu šancu na goldboxu, tak uvidíme. Dva. Máme 10. Takže nebude to prepadák, nebude to úspech, nebude to ani prepadák. Taký stredný. Stredná trieda. Let's go though. Crocodile is not gonna fuck us. It's fine. Posledný gold bar. Tento si dosť blízol, dal aj to, dal aj gold bar. Už nakoniec to bude veľmi dobrý rán. Ak vytočí minimálne 3, je to veľmi dobrý rán. Ja vytočil 3. Aha, je to veľmi dobrý rán. Skoro 2 bilióny. Už nakoniec to, čo vyzerá byť ako totálna páseka, sa vytočilo ako veľmi dobrý rán. To sa povedať, že 2 bilióny. Bilión 490, 100 miliónov short. Oh my god. Nie 100 miliónov. Á, 100 miliónov. Takže 1 900 000, 1 900 000, to je solidné. No. To vymeniť. Sharp like Taste Sharpo. You kidding me? That's big. Today's dead more bunch. Fuck off, long bunch. Fuck.
If you have a lot of stuff, leave it with me. Within your allowed space, of course.
Okay. Neboj, môžeme to ísť spraviť. Môžeme to ísť spraviť, prečo ne? Ale... Môžeme to ísť spraviť. Ale... Nedokážu vyhrať nad nimi, no. Špáci to budú mať extrémne ťažké. Špáci to budú mať extrémne ťažké, no. Sú finishnutí.
I trust in Bastion.
Nedávajú celý, nedávajú.
This is the bank of hope.
Špáci budú pekne finishnutí.
Wow, I am so surprised by my own ingenuity. Another research milestone achieved. Go me.
Popravde Liga majstrov to není pre Slován. Dostať sa tam a všetky zápasy prehrať, ako som povedal, to je len čo.
to visit Caltheon.
To je sačka. To...
Wow, I am so surprised by my own ingenuity. Another research milestone achieved. Go me.
Slo-
Hi. Time flies so quickly as always. Just gotta cram all I can into
Bo oni aj tak nič nevyťažia. Slován nič nevyťaží z tých peňazí, oni nedokážu prilákať. Bude mať peniaze, ale to úplne jedno, oni neprilákajú žiadnych kvalitných futbalistov. Oni potrebujú si zvýšiť rating. Možno v Európe sa im podarí nejaký zápas vyhrať. V Európskej lige, možno. Je to tiež otázne, ale možno v Európskej lige vyhrajú niečo. V Lige majstrov nevyhrajú ani hovno. Oni tam budú kvásiť a fúčať z posledného. Takže... To je o ničom. Aj keď v takom stave, ako je Slovenská liga, Slovenská liga nemá vôbec nárok, takže tam Slovenská liga je mŕtva. Ako som povedal, pokiaľ Slovenská liga nemá kvalitného majiteľa, čo nemá, tak to nemá zmysel ani rozoberať. Takže je úplne jedno, ako sa bude Slovanu dariť. Slovenská liga je mŕtva. Slovenský futbal nemá nárok, pokiaľ nebudú mať kvalitného bilionára majiteľa, čo nebudú mať nikdy.
Caltheon is renowned.
Nalejme si čistého súdka. Je úplne jedno, či by som v Lige majstrov, v konferenčnej lige alebo v Európskej lige. Slovenská liga je finishnutá liga. Pokiaľ nemá kvalitného majiteľa a trénera, ktorí dokážu udržať hráčov. Lebo oni nie sú ako ja v manažerovi, že udržím hráčov, ja udržím špičku, ja prinesiem špičku, ja vytrénujem špičku, ja udržím. Ne. K ním dojde špička, oni ju pustia preč. Ak sa im vytrénuje nejaký kaliber, preto nemajú nárok. To som ja tak robiť, ako to robia slovenské kluby. To je hovno. To je hovno. To je hovno mákovo. Slovenské kluby sú finishnuté kluby. Ak ten zápas nevyhrajú, čo sa zdá, že nevyhrajú, tak nemajú šancu v Slovensku. Môžu si nákadiť. Ukáž. Koľko to vyzerá? There we go, there we go. Ani tu žiadny podmas. Žiadny podmas. Dneska bude ďalší čas Riča. Páni sú finishnutí, no. Budú radi, ak neprejajú ten zápas. B, takže máme jedna časť tohto. To ale veľa nerieši. Máme žiadny podmas. Really? Really, man? Osameli vlci. Ako to spravíme? Ten barevník čo nejdem odohrávať.
If you eat these 9 foods regularly, then you could be damaging your kidneys without even knowing about it. So I had a patient that came in a few weeks ago who was completely fit, he wasn't overweight, he didn't have diabetes, no family history of kidney problems, and his kidney function was sitting at around 40%. That is stage 3 chronic kidney disease, and he had absolutely no idea. And when I sat down with him and we went through his diet, it wasn't some dramatic story of terrible eating, it was just everyday food, stuff that you'd find in any kitchen, in any supermarket, food that most people eat without a second thought. And that is exactly why I'm making this video, because your kidneys are probably the most silently damaged organ in the body. They don't hurt when they're struggling, they don't give you any symptoms until things are already quite serious. Most people with stage 3 kidney disease have no idea they have it, none. And we see this literally all the time. And by the time you actually feel something, you've often already lost function that you'll never get back. So if you're concerned about your kidney function, or you just want to be more healthy in general, then this video is going to be really useful for you.
Okay.
And if you stay until the end, I'm going to cover one specific food that comes up again and again in the comments that you guys always ask about. And I finally want to address it properly, because the answer might actually surprise you. Okay then, so number 1 is sugary fizzy drinks, and we're talking about things like Coke or Pepsi or Fanta or Sprite, the full sugar versions here, and this won't be a surprise to a lot of you. This is honestly probably the one that has the most evidence behind it on this list, and the research is really, really striking. So large cohort studies and meta-analyses have consistently shown that people who regularly drink things like this, these sugar-sweetened beverages, have a significantly higher risk of developing chronic kidney disease over time. And when I say regularly, I don't mean 5 cans a day. I mean the kind of frequency that a lot of people would consider to be pretty normal, like 1 or 2 a day, that is it. So that's maybe 1 with a lunch, and then 1 in the afternoon, that sort of thing. And the reason this happens is actually pretty straightforward once you understand what's going on inside the body. A lot of these drinks are actually loaded with fructose, high fructose corn syrup particularly, and when your liver processes large amounts of fructose, one of the byproducts is something called uric acid. And elevated uric acid in the body is directly toxic to the small blood vessels inside the kidneys. It also drives insulin resistance over time, which dysregulates your blood sugar, and it raises your blood pressure by affecting how the kidneys handle sodium and fluid. So you've got 3 separate mechanisms there, all being triggered at the same time. Blood sugar goes up, blood pressure climbing, and uric acid damaging the fine vascular architecture of the kidney. And all 3 of those things are the main drivers of long-term kidney damage. Every time you drink one of these drinks, you're not just getting a sugar hit, you're creating this slow internal chemical environment that your kidneys have to manage and fight against day after day, year after year. These things are not good for you. Number 2 is processed meat. So that's anything like bacon or sausages or processed ham, salami, chorizo. I'm grouping all of these together because what they do in the body is really quite similar, and the research treats them all the same as well. So large prospective cohort studies, and these are the studies that follow real people over years, tracking what they eat and what happens to their health, these studies consistently show that higher intake of processed meat is associated with declining kidney function and increased risk of chronic kidney disease. When you look at the mechanisms, you start to understand why these foods are particularly problematic. The first thing is that they are massively high in sodium. Often a single serving of bacon or a couple of sausages gets you close to half of your daily recommended intake. And we know that sodium raises your blood pressure by causing the body to retain more fluid, which increases the pressure inside the tiny filtering vessels of the kidney. Now, if you do that repeatedly over years, well, those vessels get damaged, they stiffen, they lose their ability to filter properly. But it doesn't stop there. These meats also contain nitrates and other various processing compounds that have direct effects on the vasculature, the blood vessel system in the kidney, causing oxidative stress and inflammation. And then there's something that doesn't get talked about nearly enough, which is phosphate additives. Now, the phosphate that occurs naturally in food, like in beans or whole grains, these are only partially absorbed by the gut. But the phosphate used as a food additive in processed meats is inorganic phosphate, and it's absorbed almost completely. And what that does is obviously it drives up phosphate levels in the blood, which strains the kidney's ability to regulate mineral balance. It affects the health of your blood vessels, and over time, it contributes to calcification. So you're hitting multiple kidney stress pathways at once with every rasher of bacon and every sausage and every slice of ham. And that's what makes them particularly worth being aware of. Number 3 is instant noodles or ramen that comes in a packet. And all of this is really cheap, it's fast, it's convenient, and it is literally everywhere. And the research is, again, really interesting. So the core issue here is sodium again, and the meta-analyses on dietary sodium intake are pretty unambiguous. There is a consistent dose-dependent relationship between higher sodium consumption and increased risk of chronic kidney disease. And when you look at instant noodles, the obvious one in the UK being a pot noodle, the sodium content is almost hard to believe. Just one packet can actually contain 1.5 to 2,000 milligrams of sodium, and that is somewhere between 65 and 85% of your entire recommended daily intake, just in one snack or one meal. And the thing about this is that your kidneys are responsible for regulating your body's fluid and sodium balance. When you eat a lot of sodium, your body retains more water to dilute it, which increases your blood volume, which raises your blood pressure, which puts more pressure on the delicate filtering units inside your kidney called the nephrons. Now think of your nephrons as sort of like tiny, intricate coffee filters. You've got about 1 million of them in each kidney, and if the pressure running through them is consistently too high, well, those filters get damaged over time. They get scarred, and unlike most cells in the body, nephrons don't regenerate. They don't regrow once they're gone. And then on top of the sodium in these noodles, many of them also contain phosphate additives. So you're getting that double hit. You're getting the blood pressure stress and the phosphate load as well, from what genuinely feels like a completely harmless, quick meal. The packaging and the price point of these really cheap noodles do not in any way reflect the biological reality of what they're causing. Okay, this one is all about fast food. We're talking about double cheeseburgers, the large meal deals, and I use this as the central example because it perfectly illustrates what I think of as this stacked risk food. When you actually look at what's in one of these burgers, one of these meal deals, you've got processed meat, which is extremely high in sodium. You've got refined carbs from the bun and the chips as well. You've got saturated fats, and often you've got processed cheese on top, all in a single sitting. And large dietary pattern studies show that this kind of combination, eaten consistently over time, systematically drives obesity, insulin resistance, and hypertension. Now, those three things, obesity, insulin resistance, and high blood pressure, they are not just associated with kidney disease, they are the primary underlying causes of it. Between them, they account for the vast majority of chronic kidney disease cases. Obesity increases the workload on the kidneys because a larger body requires more blood to be filtered. Insulin resistance dysregulates your blood sugar, and chronically elevated blood sugar is directly toxic to the blood vessels supplying the kidney. And high blood pressure, again, is mechanically damaging those filtering nephrons over time. So a Big Mac meal isn't just a burger, it is a delivery mechanism for 3 separate kidney disease risk factors simultaneously. One burger won't do this. I have a McDonald's every so often, well, increasingly rare these days, but if this is a pattern, twice a week, 3 times a week, every day, then you are methodically building the physiological conditions that make kidney disease almost inevitable further down the line. This one is all about energy drinks, and this could be one of the most damaging on the list. So we're talking about Monster, Red Bull, all of those sorts of things. These drinks combine high sugar with high caffeine and sometimes other stimulants on top. And that combination creates a very specific physiological profile that is really worth understanding. The sugar content drives the same fructose and insulin resistance mechanisms that I talked about with fizzy drinks, but the caffeine adds an additional acute effect on top. It can actually spike your blood pressure quite significantly in the short term, particularly in people who aren't regular caffeine consumers. And it also has a diuretic effect that can actually affect how well your kidneys are perfused. Now, individually, none of this is catastrophic. The problem, again, as with most things, happens when somebody is having 2 or 3 of these a day or, multiple a week, consistently over months and years. The researchers started to flag this category specifically, separate from regular sugary drinks, because the cardiovascular effects of the caffeine and the stimulant load compound the metabolic effects of the sugar in a way that creates this really unfavorable environment for the kidneys. And the people we see drinking these most regularly are often young people, teenagers, people in their 20s, which means the cumulative exposure time is even longer. Number 6 is all about microwavable or frozen ready meals. And this might surprise a few people, but let me just be really clear because the nuance here really does matter. Now, we've had periods over the years during a previous house renovation where we actually ate a lot of microwavable meals. That was just life at the time, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise, but the crucial distinction is what's actually in them. The cheaper, heavily processed ready meals, and you know the ones I mean, the ones that often cost like less than £1 or tend to be very high in salt, loaded with additives and preservatives, and almost entirely stripped of fibre and any meaningful nutritional content. These are the ones I'm talking about here, the really cheap stuff. There are lots and lots of companies now that do really good quality frozen microwavable meals that are completely fine and hit all of your macros and are not ultra-processed at all. Meta-analyses on ultra-processed food intake consistently shows around a 20 to 25% higher risk of chronic kidney disease in people who eat these types of food regularly. Again, the cheap stuff, that's what I'm talking about. And that risk comes from a combination of different factors, like the sodium load, the additive burden, the effect on your blood sugar from refined carbs, and the overall inflammatory dietary pattern that this kind of eating represents. One of these processed ready meals is fine very occasionally, but a diet built around them is a slow problem. Flip the packet over and look at the sodium content. Look at the ingredients list. If it reads like a chemistry experiment, if it has things that you can't pronounce or things that you couldn't buy and have in your own kitchen, then that is really important. And if that ready meal is made from whole foods and has good amounts of fibre and protein, and you recognise the food that's in the packet, then that's fine. Okay, number 7. This is the one that always divides people. This is very high red meat consumption. This is the section where I've got to be really precise about what I'm actually saying, because I know how this topic can polarize people and get people really angry in the comments. Just bear with me. I love steak. I love roast beef. I love roast dinners. I eat red meat occasionally. I don't eat it all the time, every day. I'm not sitting here telling anybody to go veggie. That is not the message. But I also can't ignore what the research often shows, and the signal is clear enough that I'd be doing you a disservice not to address it honestly. Cohort studies and large dietary analyses show that diets very high in animal protein, particularly red meat, and particularly when it's being eaten multiple times per day, every day, this is associated with a higher risk of kidney disease and faster decline in kidney function over time. Now, the mechanism centers on something called acid load. When you digest protein, particularly animal protein, Your body produces metabolic acids as a byproduct. Your kidneys are responsible for excreting that acid load, and when the load is high and consistent, the kidneys have to work harder, a state called hyperfiltration, where the filtering pressure in the nephrons is chronically elevated. Now, going back to that coffee filter analogy from earlier, imagine running boiling water through a paper filter at twice the normal pressure every single day for years. Eventually, the filter starts to break down. And that is essentially what the research tells us happens to your nephrons over time. Now, yes, I know what some of you are thinking right now. There is some conflicting research in this space. I'm not going to pretend the evidence is entirely one-sided, because it's not. But the consistent direction across multiple large studies is that very high intake every single day, and let's be honest, most people aren't eating red meat multiple times every single day. But this probably does have a downstream effect on your kidney function. And look, yes, there are studies that say that red meat consumption doesn't cause any problems at all. So with these two sides, you've got to take a balance somewhere. You've got to be sensible. So this isn't me saying never eat red meat. It's just me saying don't eat it 4 times a day, every day, and assume there are no consequences. Okay, number 8 is a bit of a strange one. It's processed cheese. And this one really surprises a lot of people. And to be honest, it surprised me when I first looked into it properly. So cheese slices or burger cheese or processed cheese spreads, the kind of thing that gets melted onto fast food. These products often contain added phosphates as part of the processing. And that matters because of how the body handles them differently than natural phosphates. As I mentioned earlier, the phosphate in whole foods is only partially absorbed, but the inorganic phosphate used as an additive here gets absorbed very efficiently. Somewhere around 90% of it gets into your bloodstream. And chronically elevated phosphate in the blood is a genuine problem for your vascular health. It promotes calcification of your blood vessels. It disrupts the hormonal systems that regulate calcium and phosphate balance, particularly a hormone called FGF23, and the relationship
To be continued. No, páni sa sprasili. Nedokázali poraziť celie. Was actually a good ones. I couldn't get it down. That's unfortunate. This is unfortunate. Because this was actually a good one. That's good. No ideme do toho. Ideme do toho Alzaboxu. Vybrať tie vitamíny. Pokračujeme zatiaľ.
Between the kidneys, the bones, and the parathyroid glands. And it puts progressive strain on the kidney's ability to maintain mineral homeostasis, basically the balance of minerals in the body. And this is especially relevant for anybody who already has early signs of kidney dysfunction, because as your kidney function declines, the ability to excrete phosphate declines with it. And you get this vicious cycle where phosphate accumulates and causes further vascular damage. But even in otherwise healthy people who have normal kidneys, the additive phosphate burden from processed cheese contributes to the overall load in a way that's really worth being aware of, particularly if you eat these foods every single day. And finally, at number 9, we've got diet fizzy drinks or diet sodas. So Diet Coke, Coke Zero, Pepsi Max, anything artificially sweetened. And this is the one that comes up in the comments without fail every single time I post anything about kidneys or food or metabolic health or sugary drinks. People want to know, are these safe? Is it a safe swap from the full sugar versions? And I genuinely understand why people ask that, because the logic seems so reasonable. No sugar, no calories, so it must be better, right? You know, Diet Coke must be just as healthy as water, because according to the nutritional table at the back, you know, there's nothing in it. Well, the honest answer is that it's far more complicated than most people want to hear, and the evidence is not as reassuring as the marketing would have you believe. Some large observational studies, including a notable analysis from the Nurses' Health Study, which followed tens of thousands of women over many years, have shown an association between higher intake of artificially sweetened beverages like these and increased risk of chronic kidney disease, including a faster decline in your kidney function. Now, we've got to be really clear here. This is an observational study. These cannot prove direct causation. There are some big confounders here. So people who drink a lot of diet fizzy drinks may have other dietary or lifestyle patterns that are driving the risk. But what makes this harder to ignore is that there are some plausible biological mechanisms being proposed. Artificial sweeteners appear to affect your insulin sensitivity, even without containing sugar. The sweet taste triggers an insulin response. They alter the gut microbiome in ways that may have downstream metabolic effects. And at very high consumption levels, some animal studies have raised questions about direct effects on the actual kidney tissue.
Dobre. Ideme vybaviť to, čo máme. No už keď to sa obehol, tak dáme najprv toto. A môžeme ťa ešte doraziť teda.
For me, the bottom line is this. I'm not telling you that one Diet Coke every so often is going to damage your kidneys. What I'm saying is that the idea that it's a completely neutral, totally harmless free pass is not correct. And if you're drinking several a day because you believe it's perfectly safe, then that assumption is worth revisiting. The thing I really want you to take away from this video is that none of these foods damage your kidneys overnight. That is not how chronic kidney disease works. It's not one meal, it's not 1 week, it's not even 1 year in most cases. The pattern is sustained over time, slowly raising your blood pressure, slowly dysregulating your blood sugar, slowly building inflammation, slowly increasing the workload on those million nephrons in each kidney that are silently filtering your blood every single day without complaint. Until one day, your routine blood test comes back and you're looking at your kidney function running at about 40%, like my patient. And nobody saw it coming because there's no pain, there's no symptoms, nothing warned you.
I see it
Just
coming.
remember that your kidneys are worth protecting. They are doing an extraordinary job inside your body all the time without recognition. And the good news about all of this, honestly, is that everything I've talked about today is modifiable. And knowing what to look out for is where it starts. And food is one of the best starting points.
Zaujímavé. Zaujímavé. Oh. No. No. Ideme to vybaviť. actually pretty strong. It's funny. Door. It's actually pretty colorful. Fuck me. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Yeah. Uff. Cítiť. Môžem povedať. Odrazíme, tohto sme dorazili. Ale páni, balíme a snad sa vidíme zajtra, tak zatiaľ držme sa.